My dear friends, the night air holds a certain chill tonight, doesn't it? The embers in our fire glow with a steady warmth, casting dancing shadows on the walls of this quiet room. Outside, I can hear the distant murmur of the mountain stream, the timeless song that has lulled countless generations to sleep. But some nights, sleep refuses to come, doesn't it? The heart feels a little heavier, the mind a little too busy, and we find ourselves yearning for a peace that feels just out of reach. Come closer. Let this old monk share a whisper with you, a thought that has often visited me in the quietest hours. Imagine, if you will, a single candle flickering in a room where all other lights have faded. You are there, sitting quite alone. No bells chime, no messages arrive, no one calls your name, no one even wonders where you might be. The world outside continues its dance, but here, in this moment, you are utterly, completely by yourself. And in that profound quiet, a realization might steal upon you, soft as falling snow, yet sharp as a winter's breath. It is not the being alone that truly frightens you. No, that is merely the surface. What truly gnaws at the spirit, what creates that hollow ache in the chest, is the terrifying thought, am I truly important to anyone at all? That, my friends, is the silent, pervasive fear that has driven countless souls to bend, to chase, to beg, to tolerate. Disrespect that chips away at their very being. It is the deep-seated belief that if no one is seeking them, if no one is checking on them, then they must be utterly, completely without worth. Like a forgotten tool in a dusty shed. I have seen it countless times in the bustling marketplaces of my youth, in the quiet villages I have passed through. I remember a young man, barely more than a boy, who worked tirelessly in the fields, always the first to arrive, the last to leave. He would offer his strongest oxen, his freshest produce, his kindest words to anyone who would simply acknowledge him. He wasn't afraid of the backbreaking labor. He was terrified of being invisible, of his efforts going unnoticed, unappreciated. He believed his worth was measured by how much others needed him. Haven't we all, in our own ways, carried such a burden? This old monk certainly has. Yet, dear ones, the ancient teachings, the quiet wisdom that this channel, Zen Mind Sleep, tries to share, offers a truth that is quite the opposite, a balm for that aching fear. It teaches that solitude is not a void to be filled, but a sacred space where true power is born. It is the silent forge where peace is carefully hammered into shape, and where your strongest, most authentic self is lovingly built piece by resilient piece. It is like the great trees in the forest. They grow tallest, strongest, not by clinging to others, but by rooting deeply into the earth, drawing strength from their own core. When you finally learn how to find genuine happiness in simply being alone, your entire life begins to shift, like the turning of the seasons. You stop needing others to complete you. You release the tight grip of fearing abandonment, for you carry your own presence wherever you go. You stop chasing after love as if it were a fleeting butterfly, for you discover an inexhaustible spring of it within your own heart. Instead, you begin to carry a profound, unwavering peace within you. Not as something external, but as a beautiful, radiant crown that you wear effortlessly. It doesn't need to be seen by others to exist. It simply is. So tonight, Let us gently explore this path. Let us journey into the heart of solitude, not as a place of emptiness, but as a place of profound creation. We begin with a very simple yet often overlooked truth. The first lesson, my friends, is this. Stop calling loneliness a problem. Because solitude, you see, is not a punishment. It is actually a sacred training ground. Most people, from the time they are small children, are taught that being alone is a sign that something is amiss with them. Perhaps you remember, dear one, a time when the schoolyard emptied and you found yourself the last one standing, the laughter of others echoing from afar. That feeling. It wasn't just silence, was it? It was a cold whisper. If I am alone, perhaps I am not good enough. Perhaps I am not interesting enough for people to stay. Perhaps I am not lovable, which is why nobody chooses me. It is a feeling that settles deep in the bones. I remember a small village boy who would deliberately break his toy to get his mother to sit with him just for a moment, to mend it. He wasn't truly seeking a mended toy. He was seeking connection, a proof of his worth. This precisely is why loneliness can hurt so profoundly, why it feels like a wound rather than a quiet moment. It does not feel like silence, does it? It feels like rejection. It feels as though you are being left behind, as though the whole world is moving forward with everyone else while you remain stuck in one desolate place, unwanted and unseen, like a forgotten stone by the side of the road. The very air around you seems to thicken with unspoken questions. But Buddhism teaches a profoundly different truth, a truth that this old monk has discovered again and again in his meditations. It teaches that solitude is not proof that you are lacking something essential. It is, in fact, proof that life, in its boundless wisdom, is offering you a precious chance to become stronger, wiser, and more deeply peaceful from within. Like a tree that sheds its leaves in winter, it may appear barren, but it is actually gathering strength for new growth in spring. Think about it in this way, my friends. When you are constantly surrounded by people, when your days are filled with the clamor of voices and the demands of the world, your mind remains busy, constantly reacting, constantly performing. Your emotions stay distracted, scattered like seeds in the wind, and you simply do not get the quiet time to truly understand the intricate landscape of your own self. People become noise, a constant hum that fills the empty spaces. Conversations become an escape, a way to avoid the quiet corners of your own mind. Messages become a source of comfort, a fleeting reassurance that you are still connected. And slowly, without even realizing it, you begin to use others to avoid your own feelings. Have you noticed this, dear ones? You avoid your deep-seated pain by talking endlessly to someone, anyone. You avoid that gnawing emptiness by staying perpetually busy, rushing from one task to the next until exhaustion claims you. You avoid the relentless tide of overthinking by constantly seeking attention, by needing to be seen, to be heard, to be affirmed. And then, the very moment you find yourself alone, truly alone, everything you have been diligently hiding from, everything you have been pushing down, begins to surface. Like the sediment at the bottom of a pond, stirred up when the water becomes still. That, my friends, is why solitude feels heavy at first, why it can feel like a burden. Not because being alone is inherently harmful or wrong, but because being alone is profoundly honest. It forces you to confront your real emotions, your unaddressed longings, instead of simply running away from them into the comforting arms of distraction. And when you sit in that silence, it is true. Your mind begins to replay old memories, lingering regrets, unspoken fears, and painful moments you thought you had buried long ago. You may even hear that familiar whisper, "Something is wrong with me. Why do I feel this way?" But the truth, my friend, is that nothing is wrong with you. What is truly happening is that the part of you that has been ignored for so long, the part that has been silenced by the constant clamor, is finally speaking. The sadness you feel, that deep ache in your chest, is not a weakness. It is your heart, tender and vulnerable, asking for gentle healing. The emptiness you feel, that vast, yearning space, is not a failure. It is your soul asking to be filled with the pure, unconditional wellspring of self-love, instead of constantly seeking approval from the ever-changing tides of other people's opinions. This is why the Buddha taught that suffering is not always an enemy to be avoided at all costs. Sometimes, suffering is the most profound teacher, for it shows you precisely what needs to be mended, what needs to be attended to within yourself. Solitude then becomes this sacred training ground, a quiet sanctuary where you learn the invaluable art of how to stand firmly on your own 2 feet, rooted and strong. It teaches you how to be calm and settled without needing someone to constantly comfort you, to smooth your ruffled edges. It teaches you how to enjoy the simple unfolding of your life without needing someone to entertain you, to fill every moment with external stimulation. And most importantly, my dear friends, it teaches you how to feel utterly complete, whole, and sufficient, without ever needing someone else to choose you, to validate your very existence. Like a sturdy old tree, it teaches you to bear your own fruits. You see, my friend, a tree stands alone in the field, doesn't it? It doesn't fret about having other trees around it to feel complete. It simply grows, reaching its branches to the sky, its roots deep into the earth, strong and full within itself. It is much the same for us. I remember when I was a young monk, the quiet of the temple often felt like a heavy blanket. The evenings stretched long, and my mind, like a restless squirrel, would dart from one thought to another, chasing echoes of conversations, longing for the familiar comfort of voices. I often felt a strange emptiness, a yearning that seemed to pull me towards the bustling village, towards people, as if their presence could fill a void within me. Have you ever had a night like that? Lying in bed, thoughts spinning, eyes wide open, feeling a kind of ache for connection. But our wise old abbot, Master Shen, he would often say, "Ming Xin, the truest peace is not found by running toward something, but by sitting still with what is." He taught me to breathe deeply, to listen to the sound of my own breath, to feel the quiet hum of the monastery walls around me. He encouraged me to observe the thoughts that arose, like clouds drifting across the sky, without grasping onto them, without believing every whisper of doubt or fear. It was hard at that first, like trying to hold water in a sieve. My mind would jump and protest, demanding distraction, but slowly, gently, I began to discover a stillness beneath the noise. I found that the peace I was seeking outside, in the company of others, had always been patiently residing inside me, like a hidden spring deep within the earth. The more I practiced sitting in that quiet space, the less I feared being alone. The less I feared it, the more I felt a quiet strength bloom within. It wasn't a boastful strength, dear one, but a deep, calm knowing. A knowing that I was enough just as I was in my own silence. For the strongest person, I've come to believe, is not the one who is always surrounded by a clamor of voices, but the one who can sit alone by a quiet fire like this, look honestly at their own heart, and still feel full, still feel stable, and still feel that gentle, abiding peace. And speaking of finding peace, there is another subtle trap we often fall into, isn't there? It is a quiet addiction, almost invisible, that many of us carry without even realizing it. It is the addiction to being chosen. Many people, my dear friends, believe they are suffering because they don't have enough love in their lives. They might feel a deep loneliness, a yearning for affection. But when you look closely, when you sit with them and listen, you often find that it's not simply love they hunger for. It's the desperate need to feel chosen. They want to feel as though someone has finally picked them from the crowd, finally valued them, finally made them a priority, finally proved that they matter. This is why, when someone ignores us or replaces us or treats us as if we are just another option among many, it hurts so profoundly. It doesn't just feel like we've lost a person, does it? No, it feels like we've lost a piece of our very worth, as if the world itself is whispering, "You were not enough." That, my friends, is one of the most painful mental traps the human heart can stumble into, a snare that can tighten around us without us even seeing the threads. In our teachings, we speak of attachment as the very root of suffering. And among the myriad attachments people carry, one of the most potent is this attachment to being wanted. The attachment to attention. The attachment to feeling important in someone else's eyes. Think of it like this. When your mind becomes addicted to being chosen, your happiness stops being a quiet decision you make for yourself. Instead, it becomes a mere reaction, a puppet on strings pulled by others. If they send you a message, your mood lifts, soaring like a kite on a breezy day. If their reply never comes, your heart drops, heavy as a stone falling into a deep well. If they shower you with affection, you feel confident, strong. If they pull away, even slightly, a tremor of anxiety runs through you, leaving you feeling weak and uncertain. Slowly, without your knowing, you hand them the remote control to your own emotions. One kind word from them can make you feel utterly alive, vibrant, and hopeful. And one prolonged silence can make you feel utterly broken, shattered into 1,000 pieces. That, dear friend, is not the generous flow of love we seek. That is emotional dependence. And emotional dependence, for all its sweet promises, is nothing more than a quiet prison, its walls built of your own expectations and others' fleeting attention. This addiction, this constant need to be chosen, can even cause us to lose sight of our own self-respect. Because when you live in fear of being unchosen, a strange thing happens. You begin to tolerate things you should never tolerate. You start accepting disrespect simply to keep someone near, to avoid the chilling emptiness of being alone. You find yourself overgiving, pouring out your energy, your time, your very soul, just to secure that elusive affection. You over-explain your actions, trying to justify your existence, overthinking every glance, every word, every silence. All because, deep inside, a tiny voice whispers that you are terrified of being replaced. And the saddest part of this whole dance, my dear ones, is that the more you chase after people to choose you, the more you forget to choose yourself. You forget your own inherent value. You forget your own gentle boundaries. You forget the quiet peace you found in your own company. You begin living as though your life's sole mission is to become enough for someone who isn't even treating you properly in the first place. But our ancient teachings, they offer something profoundly powerful, a truth as solid as the earth beneath our feet. Your worth, my friend, is not something people can give you, and your value is not something people can take away from you. You are not valuable because someone wants you, or because someone praises you, or because someone chooses to keep you close. No. You are valuable because you simply exist, because you are alive, breathing this air, feeling the warmth of this fire. You are valuable because you have a soul, a unique spark of life within you, because you possess the profound ability to grow, to heal, to learn, and to become stronger with every passing day. And when you understand this truth, not just with your mind, but deeply with your whole heart, a great burden lifts. You stop needing people to confirm you. You stop begging for proof of your own goodness. You stop trying to force love from hands that cannot give it freely. You stop looking for approval as if it were the very air you breathe. And you begin to understand that the truest approval you can ever seek comes from within, like the quiet hum of a well-tuned bell. It is not cold, my dear friends, to step away from that constant yearning to be chosen. No, it is a warmth that spreads through your very bones, a lightness in your step. I remember a woman many years ago who lived in a small village nestled by the river. Her name was May, and she was known for her beautiful embroidery. But May always waited for her work to be praised by others, for her neighbors to pick her patterns. If someone chose her design, her heart would sing. If they passed it over, a shadow would fall across her day, and she would wonder if her needle had lost its touch. She wasn't cold, no, she was full of warmth. But that warmth was always burning on the outside, a beacon for others to ignite. One autumn, as the leaves began to turn crimson and gold, May fell ill. For weeks, she could not leave her bed. Her hands, usually so busy, lay still. And in that quiet stillness, a different kind of warmth began to grow within her. She realized she missed the feel of the silk between her fingers, the intricate dance of color and thread, not for the praise it brought, but for the sheer joy of creation itself. When she recovered, she started embroidering again, but this time she chose her own designs, her own colors, often just for the pleasure of it, hanging them on her own walls. She still loved her neighbors, still shared her laughter, but the desperate need for their choice had dissolved like morning mist. She had chosen herself, her own art, her own quiet happiness. And in that choice, she found a freedom far more precious than any applause. This brings us, doesn't it, to a deeper understanding, a third lesson that often goes unnoticed in the busy marketplace of our lives. It's about this needing, this yearning for another's presence, another's approval, another's attention. For needing people, my friends, often creates a subtle, creeping fear. And that fear, like a slow poison, begins to erode your inner peace. Many do not realize this, not at first. Perhaps you've felt it too, that gentle pull. It begins so innocently, doesn't it? Like a quiet evening by the fire, much like this one, when the mere presence of another soul makes the silence feel less empty, more profound. You enjoy their company, their laughter. You feel a sense of safety when they are near, a calm breath when their message arrives, a flicker of joy when they offer a kind word or a moment of attention. And you tell yourself, this is connection. This is love. But slowly, imperceptibly, something shifts. Like a vine that wraps around a sturdy tree, your peace begins to intertwine with their presence. Your happiness becomes subtly linked to their behavior, their mood, their choices. Your self-worth, that deep knowing of your own value, starts to dance to the rhythm of how they treat you. Your entire day's mood, perhaps, hinges on whether they choose you today or seem to overlook you tomorrow. And it is in these small, quiet concessions that your freedom, like a bird in a cage whose door is slowly closing, begins to disappear. The ancient teachings from the time of the Buddha speak of this as craving. It is not merely wanting, my friends. It is a profound, almost desperate desire, a feeling of incompleteness without that specific thing or person. It is that aching belief that your heart cannot truly breathe, cannot truly beat, unless someone specific is there to hold it, to validate it, to choose it. And people crave in so many ways, don't they? Some crave the gentle touch of love. Some crave the affirming nod of validation. Some crave the warm glow of attention. And some, perhaps most painfully, crave the feeling of being truly needed by another. But the outcome, this old monk has seen time and again, is always the same. The mind, instead of being a still pond reflecting the sky, becomes a restless, churning sea. The heart, instead of beating with its own rhythm, becomes dependent, a quiet prisoner, and peace, that precious, fragile blossom, becomes vulnerable to every passing breeze. For the moment you start truly needing someone, you begin to fear the future. You fear loss, like a gardener fearing the coming frost. You fear distance, like a traveler fearing the unknown road ahead. You fear silence, like a musician fearing the absence of melody. And every small shift, every subtle change in their words, their gaze, their day, becomes a warning sign, a tremor in the ground beneath your feet. If their reply is late, your mind spins tales of indifference. If they seem distant or cold, a silent panic begins to stir. If they don't ask about your day, a tiny ache of hurt blooms in your chest. And if they appear happy, truly happy, without you, that can be the most unsettling of all, can't it? A feeling of being replaced, of being overlooked, of being less. Even if nothing is truly amiss, my friend, your own attachment, like a watchful guard, will not allow you to feel truly safe. It keeps you on edge, always observing, always interpreting. That is why needing someone in this way is so utterly exhausting. It turns your mind into a constant battlefield of anxious thoughts, and your heart into a prisoner bound by invisible chains. And the deepest sorrow of it all is that it doesn't only hurt when they leave. It hurts even when they stay, because you are constantly, silently worried about the day they might not. You don't enjoy the simple, peaceful ebb and flow of love. You obsess over it, clinging to every moment. You don't experience connection calmly. You grasp at it, holding on so tightly that it almost slips through your fingers. You don't feel truly secure. You feel anxious, because deep inside, a quiet voice is always whispering, "Please don't go," even if you never, ever voice the words aloud. That whisper, "Please don't go," my friends. It's a quiet anchor, isn't it? A hook dropped deep into the heart of what we cherish. We cling, don't we, to the warmth of a hand, the familiar rhythm of a laugh, the way a person looks at us. And in that clinging, a subtle shift happens within us, almost imperceptible at first. We begin to weave a fragile thread, turning what is merely a beautiful, passing moment into a permanent expectation. This is what the old teachings call attachment. I remember once a young couple came to the temple. They had been together since childhood, and she lamented, "He's changed, Master. He's not the same boy I fell in love with." And he, in turn, felt suffocated by her expectation that he remain a boy, not grow into a man. We expect the river to never change its course, don't we? But the river always flows, always reshapes its banks, always finds new paths. How can we ask a human heart, a human spirit, to be less alive than a river? We expect feelings to stay, loyalty to be carved in stone, as if life itself would freeze just for our comfort. Like that old willow tree by the village pond, my friends. We've watched it shed its leaves year after year, yet we grieve each autumn as if it were the first time, wishing it would just stay green, vibrant, forever. And then, what happens? Life in its infinite wisdom simply continues to be life. It shifts, it breathes, it changes. A person takes a different path. A feeling cools like embers in the morning. A heart, for reasons we may never understand, turns a new way. And we feel as if a mountain has fallen on us. Not because there is a flaw in us, dear ones. No, not because you are weak or unworthy. It is because we built the very foundations of our joy, security, our sense of being okay, on shifting sand, on something that was never ours to hold on to with such an iron grip. This old monk has walked many roads, seen many sunrises and sunsets, and if there is one truth I have learned that burns brighter than any lantern in the darkest night, it is this. You cannot control the wind, can you? Nor the tide that pulls at the shore, and you certainly cannot control another human heart. You cannot control what they feel, not truly. You cannot command how long they choose to walk beside you, nor who they will become tomorrow, as surely as you cannot stop the seasons from turning. You cannot even control if they will remember to value you in the way you wish to be valued, forever and always. Oh, we try, don't we? We plead, we chase, we stretch ourselves thin, offering every piece of our soul, sacrificing our own needs until we are but a shadow. We believe that if we just do enough, are enough, then surely they will stay. We try to mold them, to remind them, to keep them exactly as they were in that cherished moment. But even after every tear shed, every prayer whispered into the night, every sacrifice laid at their feet, they can still choose to leave. And that, my friends, is a freedom they possess, just as you possess your own. It is a humbling, sometimes heartbreaking reality. The moment that quiet, unyielding truth settles in your bones, not as a bitter pill, but as the fresh, clean air after a long, suffocating storm. That is when the invisible chains begin to loosen. You stop living in that constant gnawing fear, that low thrum of anxiety, because you stop trying to wrestle with the uncontrollable. You realize the futility of it, the sheer exhaustion of trying to hold back the tide with your bare hands. A deep sigh escapes, a breath you didn't even realize you were holding. This needing, it's a powerful current, isn't it? It convinces the mind, whispers in the quiet corners of your heart, that your very survival, your very breath, depends on the presence of another. You begin to believe that without them, you cannot stand, cannot smile, cannot find meaning in the quiet moments of your day. Have you felt that, my friend? That hollow space when they are absent? That sudden chill when a message isn't returned? That anxious glance at an empty chair at the dinner table? It's as if a part of you is missing, incomplete. And so, even the softest breeze of distance feels like a searing pain. A moment of silence becomes a gaping chasm of danger. Even one cold word or a slight misunderstanding swells into a catastrophe that threatens to swallow your entire world. The mind, convinced of its dependence, scrambles, panics, desperately tries to bridge the gap, to thaw the chill, to fill the silence. It's a relentless, exhausting dance, isn't it? But the old teachings, the whispers of the ancients carried through generations, they remind us gently, firmly, nothing, absolutely nothing outside of you should ever become your sole emotional lifeline. For anything external, no matter how precious, how beloved, is by its very nature temporary. Like a cloud drifting across the moon, it will pass. A beautiful sight, yes. Something to marvel at and appreciate, but not something you can grasp and hold forever. To try would be to lose the beauty of its movement, its nature. The moment this truth truly sinks in, my dear ones, not just in your mind, but in the deepest quiet of your being, you begin to feel a subtle but profound shift. It's like realizing you've been holding your breath, and finally, you take a deep, long, liberating gasp of cool night air. You begin to see that love, real love, should never be a chain that binds, heavy and restrictive. Connection, true connection, should never be a cage that traps the spirit. And relationships, as vital and enriching as they are, should never become the very air you breathe. For then, you have no breath of your own, no life independent of another. People, the wonderful, complex, luminous beings who grace our lives, they are meant to be a beautiful, vibrant part of your unfolding story. Not the entire book, not the very center around which your whole universe spins. Because when someone becomes that absolute center, you inevitably lose your own balance, your own footing. And when they, in their own journey, shift even a little, your whole world, the one you built so precariously around them, shakes to its very core, threatening to crumble around your feet. Now, lean a little closer, my friends, and let these words sink into the stillness of this night, into the warmth of the fire. For this is where your true strength, your real, abiding power, truly begins to bloom. The moment you gently release that desperate need for people to complete you, to fix you, to sustain you, that is the moment you stop fearing them. You stop fearing their absence, their judgment, their eventual departure from your path. When you no longer require another soul to make you feel whole, to make you feel worthy, then the fear of losing them simply dissipates like morning mist touched by the rising sun. When you no longer crave their validation, their applause, their constant gaze, then the sting of being ignored, of feeling unseen, loses its sharpest edge. When you cease to believe you need someone to rescue you from the labyrinth of life, then the fear of standing alone, truly alone, begins to soften and fade, replaced by a quiet confidence. Because now, my dear ones, your peace, it belongs to you. Not to their fleeting mood, not to their shifting affections, not to their changing behavior. And your happiness? It is something you carry within you, a quiet, steady flame that burns regardless of the winds outside. Not something you constantly borrow from the world, always worried it might be taken back at a moment's notice. But hear me well. For some misunderstand this teaching. This does not mean you become a cold stone, devoid of feeling. It does not mean you reject the profound beauty of love or push away the gentle hands that reach out to you in kindness. The teachings are not asking you to build walls around your heart or to walk a solitary path aloof from the world, like a hermit in the highest mountains. No, far from it. Buddhism is inviting you to love, but to love without that desperate, clinging attachment, to care deeply, but without the gnawing craving that turns concern into control, that makes you feel anxious and possessive, to be connected, profoundly connected, but without becoming dependent, like a vine that strangles the very tree it clings to, drawing all its life from another. To truly enjoy people, to savor their presence, their laughter, their wisdom, but without making them the very foundation upon which your entire emotional house rests, knowing that the foundation must come from within yourself. And when you touch that space within yourself, that quiet certainty, something truly remarkable, truly powerful begins to unfurl within you. You find yourself loving in a way that is calm, expansive, unburdened by hidden agendas or unspoken demands. You stop chasing after approval, stop begging for attention, stop feeling the relentless need to prove your worth in every interaction. You stop dissecting every small shift in tone, every slight change in their glance, every missed message, turning them into mountains of worry and self-doubt. You stop, dear ones, breaking your own heart over and over again by expecting others to fill those quiet hollows within you that only your own awakened self-awareness, your own tender compassion for yourself, can truly heal. You become steady, like a great oak rooted deep in the earth, weathering any storm, emotionally stable, mentally clear, like a mountain lake reflecting the sky without a ripple, and profoundly peaceful. A peace that hums softly in your heart, a gentle warmth that stays with you even when you are alone. Because you finally, truly understand a truth that most people spend their entire lives chasing, never quite grasping. Peace does not come from people staying. No. Peace comes from you being okay, truly and deeply okay, even if they don't. And once you begin to master that, once you cultivate that inner sanctuary, that quiet strength within, you are no longer tossed about by the whims of attention, no longer shattered by silence, no longer terrified of being replaced. For you have built within yourself a mind, a spirit that knows how to stand alone, steady and bright, without ever collapsing. And that, my friends, is the highest, most profound form of strength any human being can ever hope to achieve. And speaking of strength, my dear ones, there is another kind, perhaps the most subtle yet truly formidable. It is the strength born not from action, but from quiet stillness. I have watched the embers of our fire gently glow and fade, just as the day's last sounds soften into the velvet cloak of night. The wind outside is settled, and even the crickets seem to have found their lullaby. It is in such moments, when the world around us grows quiet, that we often find ourselves truly alone. Not just in the room, but within the vast chamber of our own mind. Have you ever felt it, my friend? That peculiar shift when the room falls silent, when the phone is put away, when the last conversation is ended. The world outside, which usually buzzes with demands and distractions, suddenly slows its breath. No more urgent messages chiming, no more voices to answer, no more immediate tasks pulling at your sleeve. And yet, instead of peace, a different kind of noise begins. It rises from within, a cacophony that can sometimes feel louder than any city street. For many, this is the moment of struggle. It's not the actual loneliness that weighs heavy, but the inability to simply be with the mind when there is no external world to escape into. The quiet becomes a kind of crucible. Thoughts, like a flock of startled birds, burst forth, rushing through the inner landscape. Memories, unbidden and vivid, begin to play out like an old film reel. Scenes you didn't choose to watch flickering before your inner eye. Perhaps it's the scent of a long-gone season or the echo of a voice that has since departed from this world. And then come the whispers, dear ones. Regrets, like tiny drops of water falling steadily on stone, begin their slow, persistent work. You should have done better. If only you had said this or done that. Then fear, a colder, sharper voice, often shouts its anxieties. What if you truly end up alone forever? What if all that you have built crumbles to dust? And pain, that old companion, always ready to resurface, reminds you of what was lost. Who left? You. Who wounded you? The places within your heart that still ache and have not yet found their healing. In these moments, it is not merely that you are alone, but that you feel utterly trapped inside the confines of your own skull, with no exit. This is why, my friends, we often see people, and perhaps even ourselves, constantly reaching for something to fill the void. The hand instinctively picks up the phone to scroll through endless streams of images and words. The television hums softly in the corner, a constant companion. We keep talking, keep moving, keep ourselves surrounded by people, not always out of a genuine love for social connection, but sometimes out of a profound, unspoken fear of silence. A fear of what silence might reveal about us. A fear of what our own mind will say when given the stage. A fear of the deep, sometimes unsettling emotions that rise up when there is no outer world to draw us away. But this old monk has learned through many years of sitting and watching that the wisdom teachings offer a profound insight here. The mind is much like an untamed animal. Think of a wild horse galloping freely across the open plains, following every whim, every gust of wind. If you do not gently, patiently, and consistently train it, it will surely control you. It will pull you into currents of suffering even when the waters of your life are outwardly calm. When the sun is shining and there is no apparent storm. This is because suffering is not always born from the harsh realities of the world outside your window. More often, it is crafted, woven, and magnified by the persistent stories your mind keeps repeating to itself. I remember when I was a young monk, barely taller than these very embers before us, struggling with my own unruly thoughts during long hours of meditation. My mind then was not a wild horse, but more like a mischievous monkey, constantly chattering, leaping from branch to branch, never truly settling. It would replay arguments I had, imagine future misfortunes, conjure up desires I couldn't possibly fulfill within the temple walls. It felt so real, so compelling. And yet the master would simply smile, a knowing glint in his eyes, and say, "Mingxin, your thoughts are not always truth, child. They are often just habits." A habit, my friends. A habit of worrying about what hasn't happened. A habit of doubting the goodness within yourself. A habit of replaying the sting of past pain until it feels fresh again. A habit of expecting rejection before a word is even spoken. A habit of imagining the worst possible outcome in every scenario. If we blindly believe and follow every single thought our mind produces, every fleeting impulse, we will indeed suffer, even when nothing truly challenging is occurring in our present moment. It is like being caught in a dream yet believing it to be awake reality. This is precisely why silence holds such immense power. It is not an absence, but a presence. Silence gives you the rare and precious chance to see your mind not through its own distorted lens, but clearly from a distance. It is like standing on a quiet shore and watching the waves of the ocean. You see their patterns, their ceaseless motion. Silence shows you the hidden grooves, the well-worn paths your thoughts habitually tread. It reveals what you are, unknowingly attached to, what you clutch tightly, even if it brings you discomfort. It brings to light the fears that hide in the deeper chambers of your being and all that you have been holding, sometimes for years, deep within the heart's quiet folds. When you first begin to sit in this stillness, my dear ones, it will indeed feel profoundly uncomfortable. Your mind, accustomed to its boundless freedom, to running like that wild horse wherever it pleased, is simply not used to being observed. It's like trying to harness a creature that has never known a bridle. This is why the initial stage of seeking silence is rarely peaceful. It is often chaotic, a swirling tempest. You might settle into your cushion, hoping for calm. And instead, your mind seems to launch an assault, bombarding you with 100 thoughts, 1,000 sensations. And often the first thought that arises is, "I cannot do this. This is too hard." But I tell you, my friend, that very chaos is not a sign of failure. It is, in fact, the clearest proof that your mind yearns for training. It is the wildness showing itself, demanding your gentle attention. And it is here that the ancient path offers one of its most powerful practices, a simple yet profound turning of the gaze. Awareness. Awareness means you observe your thoughts, your feelings, your sensations, without becoming them. You are like the wise person sitting by the window, watching a fierce storm rage outside, yet remaining safe and still within. You notice the thought, perhaps a whisper of worry about tomorrow's tasks, but you don't follow it down its rabbit hole. You see the emotion, a wave of sadness washing over you, but you don't drown in its depths. Don't let it pull you under. You feel anxiety tightening in your chest, but you don't panic or run from it. You feel an emptiness, a profound void, but you don't collapse into despair. Instead, you simply sit with it. You sit with the sadness. You sit with the anxiety. You sit with the emptiness, calmly, steadily. You know deep down that just like the storm outside your window, these inner tempests too shall pass. For this is the simple, beautiful truth, dear friends. Emotions are not permanent residents. They are visitors, much like travelers passing through a mountain inn. Anxiety rises like the morning mist and then falls away. Sadness comes with the rain, and then the sun peeks through again. Loneliness appears like a shadow in the twilight and then disappears with the dawn. Even the sharpest pain visits for a time, then gathers its belongings and leaves. The only reason we suffer for so long, the only reason these visitors overstay their welcome, is because we hold on to what is passing. We replay the old stories. We feed the emotions with our attention. We identify so strongly with them that we begin to call them our very identity. I am a lonely person, we might say. I am a broken person. I am an unwanted person. But loneliness, my friend, is simply a temporary experience, like a cloud drifting across the vast, clear sky. It is not who you are. Your true nature is far more expansive, far more serene than any passing cloud could ever define. You are the sky itself. And when one truly understands this, when one trains the mind to simply sit within that vast, quiet expanse, without needing to grasp at every passing cloud or storm, that is where true strength begins to bloom. It isn't a loud, boastful strength, mind you. No, it's a quiet, deep-rooted resilience, like an old cedar on the mountain path, standing firm against the fiercest winds, not because it fights, but because its roots run so deep into the earth. I remember many decades ago when I was but a young monk, barely taller than this fire pit. I struggled so much with the silence. The abbot would often send us to meditate alone in the small, unadorned hut behind the main temple. The air inside would grow cool, almost heavy, and the only sounds were the distant chirping of crickets or the rustle of leaves outside. My mind, it felt like a buzzing beehive. Thoughts would swarm and sting, worries about my chores, memories of home, even the desire for a warm bowl of gruel. They would all clamor for my attention. I would fidget, my legs would ache, my breath would feel shallow. I thought I was failing. But then, one afternoon, as the slanting sunbeams painted stripes on the dusty floor, I saw a tiny spider patiently weaving its web in the corner. Thread by thread it worked, utterly absorbed, unconcerned by my restless presence. And something shifted within me. I decided to simply watch my own thoughts, like that spider watching the breeze. I wouldn't engage, wouldn't judge, just observe. And slowly, the buzzing began to subside. The silence, which had felt like a suffocating blanket began to feel like a vast, open field. A field where I could finally breathe. That is how we build, little by little, dear ones. We build emotional strength, like a potter shaping clay with gentle, consistent pressure. We build mental discipline, not by forcing, but by patiently returning to the quiet center. We learn to remain calm, not because someone else has rushed in to soothe us, but because we find that reservoir of stillness within. Have you ever noticed how a deep well, even on the driest day, always holds its cool water? That is the end. Stability we cultivate, not needing constant attention, not needing to beg others to carry the burdens of our fleeting emotions. Buddhism teaches us, quite simply, that true peace isn't about controlling the outside world. Oh, how we try, don't we? We try to control who stays in our lives, who leaves, what people feel for us, what tomorrow will bring. But these are like trying to grasp the clouds, my friends. They are ever-changing, elusive. What we can control, however, is far more significant. How we respond to the inevitable shifting of life's currents. We can choose what we feed our minds, what we focus our precious attention upon. We can choose the meaning we give to our experiences, even the painful ones. This is why silence, the simple act of sitting with oneself, builds such real, unshakable power. It trains us to respond with wisdom, rather than to react impulsively from fear or habit. When someone ignores you, my friend, you don't fall apart like a house of cards. When someone you cherish must leave, you don't collapse into an empty shell. When life becomes uncertain, as it so often does in these twilight years, you don't panic because you have already practiced being alone. You have made peace with your own company. Silence, you see, becomes your cherished home, not a dreaded enemy. And here perhaps is one of the most profound truths I've ever come to understand. The person who cannot sit alone, who constantly needs the clamor of distractions, the validation of others, the endless noise to fill their inner space, that person can never truly be free. They will always be dependent. Dependent on the next message, the next visit, the next fleeting approval. But the one who can sit alone in the profound quiet of their own being and remain calm, that person becomes truly unstoppable. Because now, nothing outside of them, no external circumstance, no passing word or shifting gaze holds the power to shake their inner core. So if you find yourself longing for happiness, even when alone, please don't just try to feel better, my dear ones. That's like trying to sweep away shadows with a broom. Instead, train your mind. Practice silence every single day, even if it is just for a few precious minutes. Sit with yourself right here, right now, without running away from what arises. Breathe through the subtle discomfort that might surface. Watch your thoughts drift by like clouds in the vast open sky. Let your emotions rise and fall like waves on the shore without fighting them, without clinging to them. Because every time you do this, you are building a mind that cannot be controlled by the whims of the world. And when your mind cannot be controlled, your happiness becomes unbreakable. It doesn't depend on people or circumstances. It lives, vibrant and pure, right there inside you. And that, I assure you, is the strongest, most enduring kind of happiness in all the world. Speaking of inner peace leading to outer harmony, there is a fifth lesson, one that ties so closely to this stillness. We must stop searching for love outside ourselves and truly begin, to become the very love we so often beg for. Most people in their hurried search don't realize this, but one of the deepest reasons they suffer so profoundly in relationships, be they with partners, friends, or even family, is because they aren't actually seeking love in its purest form. No, what they are often desperately searching for is a kind of rescue. They are seeking someone, anyone, to fill that hollow emptiness within their own spirit. Someone to carry their pain, to quiet their anxieties, to make them feel important, to prove they are safe, to validate that they matter. And when love becomes this desperate hunger, this frantic plea, it can suffocate everything beautiful. They start needing a kind word like oxygen itself, needing attention like a vital medicine, needing another's presence like a fragile lifeline. And the moment that person becomes distant or preoccupied or simply less interested for a time, their entire inner world, built on such shaky foundations, threatens to collapse. Yes, dear friends, it is a fragile thing, this house we build for our hearts, when its very foundation rests upon the shifting ground of another's gaze. The embers in the hearth here glow with such a steady warmth, don't they? A predictable, comforting light that asks for nothing, simply is. But so often we seek that warmth not from our own inner fire, but from the fleeting flame held in someone else's hand. I remember, many years ago, when the temple stood upon a hill overlooking the village, there lived a young woman, May. Her laughter was like the tinkling bells on a spring morning when her beloved, a kind merchant named Lin, was near. His presence filled her days, his words shaped her thoughts, his affection was the very air she breathed. She believed herself to be utterly blessed, cradled in a love so profound. And indeed it was a beautiful love, a true connection that brought joy to them both. But beneath that radiant surface, a different seed had begun to sprout in May's heart. The seed of craving, of a desperate need. She found herself constantly watching for Lin's return, her entire day held captive by the expectation of his smile, his touch. If he was delayed even by an hour, a cold dread would creep into her stomach, a whisper of panic that perhaps he no longer cared as deeply. Her own joy became a prisoner to his schedule, her peace held hostage by his every glance. This old monk, watching from the quiet of the monastery gardens, saw the subtle shift. It wasn't that her love lessened, no. If anything, it grew more intense, more possessive. But it began to twist, like a vine that strangles the very tree it clings to for support. The Buddha, in his boundless wisdom, spoke of this difference with such clarity. Love, true love, is like the sun's gentle rays. It nourishes, it warms, it asks for nothing in return but to shine. It is free, expansive, a wellspring within you. But craving, that is like a parched earth desperately sucking at the last drops of rain, fearing the return of drought. It isn't about connection anymore, is it? It becomes about confirmation. It becomes about finding your own value reflected in another's eyes. Proof that you are enough, that you matter. Have you ever felt that, dear friends? That aching need to be seen, to be chosen, to feel as though without that other person, a vital part of you simply vanishes? The nights can be long, can't they, when such thoughts take hold? Lying there, perhaps feeling the coolness of the sheets, listening to the soft hoot of an owl outside, and your mind races, replaying conversations, searching for signs, for reassurance. It's a heavy burden living with that kind of fear. Fear of being alone again, of being forgotten, of not being picked from the crowd, or worse, the fear of being replaced, of feeling that emptiness return, that hollow ache in the chest you thought had finally healed. And the painful truth, my friends, is that the more frantically we search for this validation in others, the more we unknowingly hand over the reins of our own peace. We give them immense power over our emotions, don't we? It's as if we've placed our own heart, still beating and tender, into their hands, waiting for them to decide its rhythm. We start to live our days waiting for a message, waiting for a call, waiting for them to choose us, to treat us as if we truly matter. And if that message doesn't come, if that choice isn't made, if that acknowledgement is withheld, then we feel like nothing at all, as if our entire existence is erased. This is why, this old monk believes, so many hearts carry such a profound suffering. It isn't just love they seek, you see. They are trying to have their very self-worth delivered to them, gift-wrapped through someone else's actions. But the true teaching, the quiet whisper from the heart of the Dharma, is that your worth is not something anyone can hand you. It is not a trinket to be bestowed. Your worth, dear one, is something you must realize deep within yourself. It is a sacred flame you must tend and protect from within. Think back, if you will, to those times in your own life. Perhaps you've poured your best intentions, your unwavering loyalty, your precious time, your vibrant energy, your boundless forgiveness, your undivided attention, your tender care. You gave so much. And yet after all that giving, after all that effort, you still felt a gnawing emptiness. You still felt unseen, unheard, unappreciated. You still felt, in the quiet corners of your mind, that you were not quite enough. And it puzzles you, doesn't it? How can this be, you might ask yourself? I gave everything. But here is the gentle truth, my friend, as clear as the moonlight slipping through these gaps in the roof. No matter how much love someone pours into you, if that inner wellspring of self-love is dry, the heart will remain hungry. If you do not respect the sanctity of your own being, the soul will still feel small, huddled and shivering. If you do not value the unique jewel that is you, the mind will still feel insecure, constantly scanning for threats, for judgment. Others can offer affection, yes, a beautiful comfort, but they cannot permanently mend the way you see yourself. That sacred work, that profound healing, belongs to you and to you alone. It's like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. No matter how much water you pour in, it will never truly feel full until the hole is mended. That is why the deepest wisdom teaches us that the root of your happiness must be planted firmly within your own soil, not in the shifting sands outside. Because everything outside us, dear ones, is temporary. People change, like the seasons shift from spring to winter. Feelings change, like the wind that whispers through the trees, sometimes soft, sometimes biting. Time changes, life changes, like the river ever flowing to the sea. Sometimes someone will love you today with a fierce, burning passion, and tomorrow their heart may grow cold like a dying fire. Sometimes someone promises forever, their words like anchors, only to disappear with the morning mist. Sometimes people remain physically present, sharing the same roof, the same meals, but their emotional presence, their very soul, has already departed, leaving behind a hollow echo. So if your happiness is tethered to this ever-changing dance of external love, you will indeed live with a constant, gnawing fear. Because anything temporary can be taken away. And the fear of loss, my friends, is a heavier burden than any mountain. So, what then is the path forward? Is the solution to withdraw, to stop loving people altogether? No, my dear ones, that is not the way of compassion, nor the way of the heart. The solution is not to build walls around yourself. The solution, rather, is to stop abandoning yourself. It is to stop begging others to treat you with kindness, with respect, with care, and to start treating yourself that way first. Think of it this way. When you finally become the love you have been begging for, the love you have been chasing like a lost child through crowded streets, that is when the desperate needing begins to fade. You stop feeling like half a person, incomplete without another's attention. You stop feeling worthless without constant validation. You cease to chase love like a starving soul, frantically grasping at every crumb. Instead, you begin to live, truly live, as a whole, complete person, a radiant being shining from within. Becoming the love you keep begging for means you begin to offer yourself all those precious gifts you've been demanding from the world. When you stumble, when you make a mistake, instead of lashing out at yourself with harsh words, you offer yourself patience, a gentle hand, just as you would a dear friend. When the shadows of sadness or despair fall upon your heart, instead of judging yourself for feeling down, you wrap yourself in kindness, a soft blanket of understanding. When you feel utterly alone, lost in the vastness of the night, instead of panicking or reaching out desperately, you offer yourself support, a steady presence, a quiet whisper that says, "I am here for you." When confusion clouds your mind, instead of rushing frantically into distractions or ill-conceived actions, you grant yourself the gift of time, a spacious pause for clarity to emerge. You begin to give yourself respect by quietly walking away from anything that drains your spirit, anything that diminishes your light. You start to offer yourself protection by lovingly cutting off those ties that consistently harm your peace, that leave scars on your soul. Because the profound truth, my friends, is this: if you do not know how to love yourself, truly, deeply, unconditionally, you will keep finding yourself in the company of those who teach you pain. If you do not know how to value yourself, you will continue to accept less, far less, than you truly deserve. And if you do not know how to fill your own precious heart, you will forever be begging others to do it for you. And begging, alas, leads down a well-worn path of humiliation, disappointment, and the kind of emotional exhaustion that saps the very color from your days. And so the quiet strength comes. It is a strength, my dear ones, that first blossoms when we truly understand what it means to stop clinging. You see, the ancient teachings, those whispers from long ago that we find in the quiet corners of our own hearts, they tell us that true freedom, the kind that feels like the gentle morning breeze on your skin, truly begins when you release your grasp. And so often, that clinging, it isn't born of malice or greed. No, it often springs from a hollow ache inside, a feeling that we are not quite complete on our own. Have you ever felt that, my friend? That quiet whisper in the stillness of the night, suggesting something is missing, something essential that only another's presence can fill? I know I have, many, many times. And in those moments, it's easy to reach out, to hold on so tightly that our fingers ache. But here is something very important, a truth I've come to feel in my bones through many years of sunrise meditations. Self-love. It is not the arrogance that puffs up one's chest. It is not the selfishness that ignores the needs of others. And it is certainly not thinking you are better than anyone else. No, self-love in its purest form is simply refusing to treat yourself as if you are worthless. It is that quiet, firm resolve that whispers, "No more." It is refusing to abandon the dignity you carry within, that light you were born with, for someone who cannot or will not truly choose you. It is refusing to sacrifice the deep, abiding peace of your own spirit for a fleeting moment of attention, like chasing a firefly in the dark. It is refusing to remain in a place, whether a physical space or a state of mind, where your heart, day after day, keeps bleeding. Remember old Master Lin, the calligrapher? He always said, "A brush cannot draw beauty if its bristles are broken. How can a heart give love if it is always breaking itself?" When you begin to embody the very love you once found yourself begging for, something truly remarkable shifts within your energy. It's not a loud, dramatic change, no. It is more like the silent turning of the seasons. You find, almost without realizing it, that you stop chasing after people who simply do not care. The urge to force connections that feel strained, like trying to pull two unwilling magnets together, simply fades away. You stop proving your worth to those whose eyes seem blind to your inherent value. Much like a beautiful flower does not need to explain its fragrance to a stone. You cease overgiving to those who only ever seem to take, leaving you feeling like an empty well. And you stop explaining the deepest parts of yourself to those who, no matter how hard you try, only ever seem to misunderstand. Because now, my dear friend, you finally feel full. You feel that quiet, deep completeness that resonates like a bell within your own chest. Now, you feel a calm that settles over you like a gentle blanket, and within that calm, you discover a quiet power. A power that isn't about control over others, but about sovereignty over your own spirit. And once you reach that sacred level, something truly beautiful unfolds. You still love people, of course you do, but you love them from a place of deep, settled peace, not from a frantic, aching desperation. You still care profoundly, but you care without the heavy chains of attachment, allowing the flow of life to move as it will. You still connect deeply and meaningfully, but you no longer lose yourself in the process, like a river that flows into the sea, yet retains its own unique current. You can truly enjoy the company of others, their laughter, their stories, their very presence, but you do not become dependent on them for your own happiness. You can share your life with someone, walk beside them on this journey, without the gnawing fear of losing them, because you know with an unshakable certainty that you will still be okay. You know your own happiness, that inner wellspring, will still exist. You know. Your life will still carry meaning, woven by your own hands and heart. You know with profound clarity that your heart will still survive, will still beat its steady rhythm. That, my friends, is real power. That is real freedom. That is real, unburdened happiness. And this, perhaps, is why the ancient path, the teachings of the Buddha, speak so profoundly to this truth. The greatest love is not the love someone else bestows upon you. No, the greatest love, the most enduring, is the love you meticulously build, brick by patient brick, inside yourself. Because that love, that quiet, unwavering affection for your own being, becomes your unshakable foundation. And when your foundation is strong, when your roots run deep into the rich soil of self-acceptance, no person's absence, no matter how profound, can truly destroy you. So I urge you, my friend, stop searching for love as if you are an empty vessel forever thirsting. Start becoming love, knowing you are already powerful, already whole, because once you truly embody the love you need, you will never beg anyone again. You will never chase shadows in the twilight. You will never again settle for anything less than the respect and reverence you already hold for yourself. And the most beautiful, most miraculous part of all, this is that the very moment you cease begging for love, life itself begins to send you the kind of love that respects your spirit, your truth, your dignity. Because now, you finally, truly respect yourself. And this brings us, in its own gentle way, to the sixth lesson, a lesson that often feels like a raw wound before it becomes a healing balm. Learn to let people leave without losing yourself in their wake. For everything, every single thing in this vast, flowing existence is temporary. Ah, my dear ones, this one often feels like a sharp stone in the heart, doesn't it? One of the hardest lessons in this human journey is not learning how to love someone deeply and truly. No, the hardest lesson, the one that tests the very fiber of our being, is learning how to let them go when their path diverges from yours, without losing the very essence of who you are in that process. Because when people leave, when they choose a different road, the pain isn't solely because their physical presence is gone or their laughter no longer echoes in your home. No, the pain often cuts deeper, because in their departure, you begin to question your own worth. The mind, that tireless storyteller, begins its cruel narrative. What did I do wrong? It whispers in the silence. Why wasn't I enough? Why was I so easy to replace? Did they truly stop caring about me? And in that swirling vortex of questions, the mind becomes cruel, my friend. It becomes loud, echoing with doubts, twisting every memory. It becomes, for a time, your greatest enemy. And in that raw, aching pain, many of us don't just miss the person who has left. We miss the version of ourselves we were when that person was still there. We miss the hope that blossomed in our chests, the excitement that made our mornings brighter, the comforting feeling of being chosen, of being seen as irreplaceable. And that, my dear ones, is why letting go often feels like dying inside. a quiet fading of the very light you thought defined you. Yes, that fading, that sense of an inner light dimming. It's a heavy burden, isn't it, my friend? This old monk has seen that look in many eyes, the quiet despair of a heart that feels it has lost its very anchor. But what if the anchor itself was never meant to be fixed? What if the light, though it feels like it's fading, is merely changing its hue, shifting its direction, preparing to illuminate a different path? You see, the ancient teachings, whispered through generations of monks sitting just like this by the flickering firelight, tell us of something profoundly simple, yet so difficult for our human hearts to grasp. They speak of impermanence, a word that can sound cold like a stone, but truly holds the warmth of a spring day, if only we allow ourselves to feel it. Everything changes. Everything moves. Everything transforms ceaselessly like the mountain stream outside our window, forever flowing, never the same water twice. I remember when I was a young novice, barely taller than the prayer mat, I would sit for hours watching the clouds drift across the sky above the temple roof. One moment, a fierce dragon full of thunder and dark promise. The next, a playful rabbit. Then a wispy feather dissolving into nothingness against the vast blue. My teacher, the venerable Master Hu, would often join me. He would say, "Look, Mingxin, see how the clouds promise nothing yet deliver so much? Rain, shade, beauty. And then they simply become something else. Do they regret their change? Do they cling to the form of the dragon?" His words then were like the distant sound of temple bells. I heard them, but their full resonance was still beyond my grasp. It's the same with the seasons, isn't it? The biting wind of winter eventually softens into the gentle breath of spring, bringing forth fragile green shoots from the seemingly dead earth. And the vibrant burst of summer's full bloom, with its buzzing bees and scent of jasmine, eventually yields to the golden melancholia of autumn, the rustling leaves falling to carpet the forest floor. Our bodies, too, reflect this truth, changing year by year, wrinkle by wrinkle, hair by hair, and our minds, full of bustling thoughts one moment, then quiet as a still pond the next. But the hardest changes to accept, my dear ones, are often those involving the people we hold closest. Some people enter our lives with the bright, dazzling promise of a sunrise, painting our world in hues of hope and joy. And then, slowly, imperceptibly, they begin to become a fading sunset, their light receding, leaving behind a deepening twilight. One day, a friend's laughter fills your home, warming every corner. The next, their silence feels like a cold draft. A closeness that once felt as solid as the earth beneath our feet can, without warning, become as distant as the farthest star. We've all seen it, haven't we? Promises of forever that crumble under the weight of a few months' reality. The suffering we feel, that deep ache in the marrow of our bones, comes from this very place. We keep expecting permanent loyalty, unchanging affection, in a world that is, by its very nature, temporary and ever-shifting. It's an illusion we cradle close to our hearts, a whispered hope that, if I love them enough, they will stay. Or, if I give them everything, they will never leave my side. Or perhaps, if I sacrifice myself, my dreams, my very being, they will finally see my worth and hold me dear. But this old monk has learned through years of quiet contemplation and observing the ebb and flow of life in the village below that such beliefs are like trying to catch mist with open hands. They slip away, leaving only damp emptiness. The ancient wisdom tells us that attachment makes us believe we can control life itself. It whispers to us that we can grasp the reins of another's heart, steer their intentions, dictate their feelings. But control, my friends, is perhaps the greatest illusion of all. Can you truly control the direction of the wind? Can you command the tide to stop its rhythmic pull? No, nor can you truly control another's heart. You cannot control their intentions, their shifting feelings, or their loyalty. You cannot control who stays and who chooses a different path. And the moment we build the delicate house of our happiness upon something so fundamentally uncontrollable, we are, in that very act, constructing the scaffolding of our own suffering. It's like building a sandcastle just as the waves begin to roll in. Beautiful, perhaps, but destined for dissolution. This is why, as painful as it might seem, letting people leave is not merely about losing them. No, it is a profound lesson in understanding life itself. Life, you see, is indeed like water. It flows, it moves. It never stays in one shape, one vessel, one path forever. It adapts. It finds new routes. It carves new channels. And when we truly accept this deep within our bones, a subtle shift occurs. We stop trying to force what is naturally leaving. The desperate, please, the chasing down long, dusty roads, the quiet humiliation we inflict upon ourselves just to keep someone close. These begin to fall away, like dead leaves from a tree. We realize something truly important. Anyone who is truly meant to stay in your life, anyone whose path truly aligns with yours, will never require you to destroy yourself to keep them by your side. They will not ask you to diminish your own light to make theirs shine brighter. Their presence will feel like a gentle breeze, not a suffocating weight. But the mind, that clever, stubborn servant, will fight this truth with all its might. It will shout, "Hold on tighter, don't let go, try harder, just one more time." It will argue that attachment is safety, that clinging is protection, that if you just grasp firmly enough, you won't be abandoned again. Have you ever felt that frantic grip in your chest, my friend? That cold dread that whispers, "If they go, I am nothing." This old monk knows that feeling well. I once had a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a gift from my own departed master. I cherished it so much that I held it tightly, constantly, fearing I might lose it. But the more I held it, the more I feared. My fingers ached, my heart was anxious, and the joy of the gift was replaced by the dread of its potential loss. That is why the teachings tell us that clinging doesn't bring safety, it only creates pain. It transforms the pure, open feeling of love into the tight, constricted grip of fear. It twists genuine connection into a knot of anxiety, making your heart feel like a small, dark prison where you are constantly scared, constantly watching, constantly anticipating loss. How can joy flourish in such a cramped space? And here, my dear friends, is something you must understand deeply, truly, within the quiet sanctuary of your own being. When someone leaves your life, it is not always a punishment. No. Sometimes, what feels like the universe's harsh judgment is, in truth, its gentle protection. Sometimes what feels like a crushing rejection is actually a subtle redirection, nudging you onto a path that serves your true self far better. Sometimes what we perceive as a devastating loss is actually life in its infinite wisdom, carefully removing what would have, in time, perhaps even destroyed you entirely. It is a difficult truth, but not everyone who seems close to you is truly meant for you. Not everyone who speaks words of care actually holds pure intentions in their heart. Not everyone who stays near you is there to lift you up. And sometimes, the grand tapestry of the universe, with threads seen and unseen, gently separates you from someone because if you remained connected, you would slowly, irrevocably begin to lose yourself, piece by precious piece. Your essence, your joy, your very identity might slowly erode. This is why we speak of detachment, not as a cold turning away, but as a warm, wise embrace of truth. Detachment does not mean you become indifferent or uncaring. No, it means you stop holding people as if they are your very life support, as if their presence is the only thing keeping you breathing. It means you stop believing that someone else's presence is the sole proof of your own value, your own worth. It means you stop giving other people the immense power to shatter your inner peace, to dictate your happiness. Because the deepest truth, the one that will accompany you through all the seasons of your life, is this: people can indeed leave, but you, my friend, should never, ever leave yourself. People can change, their affections can wander, but you should never lose your self-respect, your quiet dignity. People can forget you as if you were a distant dream, but you, above all others, should never forget your own profound, inherent worth. Yes, my friends, that profound, inherent worth. It is a flame that burns within you, not a reflection in another's eyes. It is easy, so very easy to forget this, isn't it? To tie our very breath, our laughter, our quiet sense of belonging to the presence of another. I have seen it many times in the village below, and even in the quiet halls of the temple. I remember old Master Lin, the calligraphy teacher from my youth. His strokes were renowned throughout the province, each character a dance of ink and spirit. But his heart was tethered completely to his beloved wife, May. She would prepare his tea each morning, grind his ink, lay out his brushes with such tender care. Her presence was like the air he breathed, the light by which he saw his own art. He would often say, "Without May, these hands are just hands. Without her smile, what meaning has this brush?" Then, one winter, May fell ill and passed away. The village fell silent with grief for her and for Master Lin. For weeks, his door remained shut. No smoke rose from his chimney, no familiar clatter of bowls. We feared he might simply wither away like a flower whose sun had vanished. His students, who revered him, whispered, "He has lost his purpose. He has lost himself." And in a way, they were right. He had built his entire identity around being May's husband, around the way her quiet admiration fueled his art. His happiness, his very confidence was woven into the fabric of their life together. When she left, it felt as if the very ground beneath his feet had crumbled, as if the ink in his brushes had dried forever. He would sit by the window, gazing at the empty path, the silence in the house echoing in his soul. "How can I be Lin?" he would murmur to himself, "if I am no longer May's Lin?" Have you ever felt that, my dear ones? That wrenching emptiness when someone you have leaned upon, someone whose presence defined a part of your world, suddenly steps away. It could be a spouse, a dear friend, a child who has grown and flown far. The world becomes a vast, echoing cave, and you feel as if a vital piece of your own self has been torn away. The happiness, the confidence, the very peace you once felt, it seems to have walked out the door with them. We, in our tradition, speak of this not as a tragedy to be avoided, but as a profound teaching. It is a harsh teacher, yes, one that brings tears and sleepless nights, but a teacher nonetheless. It reminds us that our true identity, that inherent worth we spoke of, cannot be built upon the shifting sands of another person's presence. It must be rooted deep within, in the fertile soil of our own awareness, in the quiet strength of inner stability, and in the unwavering respect we hold for ourselves. Letting someone walk away without feeling utterly shattered? It is not about pretending you did not care. Oh no, my friend. It is about understanding the delicate dance between love and attachment. I cared for you, deeply, with all the warmth of my heart, you might say. But I do not need you to define who I am. I loved you, yes, with a love that felt as vast as the night sky. But I will not dismantle my own spirit, my own precious life to force you to stay. I respected you, truly, and valued the moments we shared. But I respect the integrity of my own being even more. This is not the hollow drum of ego beating a lonely tune. No, this is the quiet, unbreakable strength that blossoms from deep within. This is spiritual maturity, a knowing that settles in your bones like ancient wisdom. This is emotional discipline, the kind that allows you to feel the storm without becoming the storm. And yes, my friends, it hurts. It hurts like a sharp stone in your shoe, or a cold wind piercing your cloak on a mountain path. This old monk knows that pain. The teachings of the Buddha never deny the existence of suffering. They simply show us a way to navigate it, to feel it without drowning in its depths. It teaches us to experience the pain, the profound ache of absence, without building a permanent home in that sorrow. We can cry, truly, with tears that cleanse the soul, but without losing our true direction, our inner compass. We can grieve the loss, the beautiful memories, but without falling to our knees and begging for what is already departed. There is a sacred difference, you see, between missing the warmth of a fire that has gone out and losing your own light entirely. Sometimes, when someone steps away, our first instinct is to turn the blame inward, like a gardener accusing himself of failing the soil. We think, was I not enough? Was I worthless? But sometimes, dear ones, the reasons for their departure have nothing to do with your worth. Perhaps their own heart was a restless bird, unable to nest. Perhaps they sought only the shallow stream, and the depth of your love felt too vast for them to comprehend. Or perhaps your own growth, your blossoming into a stronger, more radiant being, felt too bright for their shadows. And sometimes the grand tapestry of life simply had a different, more beautiful design waiting for you. A path that required this particular turning. The most powerful act in these moments is not to fight, not to cling, but to accept. To accept that everything, like the smoke from this fire, is temporary. To accept that people, like the passing seasons, are not meant to stay forever in the same form. To accept that the world itself is a river, constantly changing its course. When you accept this truth deeply, truly, you stop wrestling with the unyielding hand of reality. And fighting reality, my friends, is the very essence of suffering. But accepting reality, embracing its ebb and flow, that, dear ones, is the quiet, profound peace we all seek. When you learn to let people walk their own path, to release them gently from your grasp, you begin to shed the heavy cloak of fear. The fear of being alone, of losing someone, of the profound silence that can follow a departure. You begin to understand, truly understand, that the only person you are truly meant to carry, to cherish and nurture through every season of this life is yourself. And when you grow strong enough to stand alone, to find comfort in your own quiet company, you become formidable, my friend, in the most beautiful way. Because then, no one can hold the threat of leaving over your head like a dark cloud. No one can manipulate you with distance. No one can break your spirit with their silence. This is why letting go is never weakness. It is perhaps the highest form of strength, a profound act of self-love. It means you finally uncurl your fingers from what has been hurting you, from what has been scratching at your soul. It means you stop begging for what was never truly meant to be yours. It means you cease clinging to the branch that is already breaking free. And in that sacred space, you finally, deliberately, choose peace over prolonged pain. So, if someone chooses to walk away, let them go. Not with a clenched fist of hatred, nor with the burning sting of anger, nor with thoughts of vengeful satisfaction. Let them go with a calm heart, with the clear sight of wisdom, and with the quiet dignity of your own strength. For your peace, dear ones, is a treasure far more valuable than any person who makes you feel small. And your life is a precious, fleeting breath, too sacred to waste on someone who cannot see the magnificent worth that shines within you. Remember this as you listen to the crickets outside and feel the warmth of the fire. People leaving is not the end of your story, oh no. In many ways, people leaving is the beginning of a new chapter, the beginning of you. Because in the quiet space they leave behind, you finally find the room to rebuild your heart, to reclaim that inherent self-respect, and to step into the strongest, most authentic version of yourself. And that, my friends, that is what we call freedom. A freedom that echoes with the sound of your own inner peace. Ah, yes, that freedom, that quiet echo of your own inner peace, my friends. It is a melody often played in the most unexpected of places, sometimes even in the deepest silence. Have you ever felt it? That subtle unease when the house grows completely still? The kind of quiet that seems to swallow the very air, leaving only the sound of your own heart beating a little too loudly in your ears. Many of us, I've observed, tend to shy away from this deep quiet. We fill our days with chatter, our evenings with flickering screens, our homes with the comforting hum of activity. Why, you might ask? Because for so many, being alone carries a heavy burden. It whispers insidious thoughts. Am I forgotten? Does anyone truly care? Am I losing something vital, something precious by simply being with myself? I remember an old woman, a gentle soul named Auntie Wei, who lived just beyond the temple walls many years ago. Her husband had passed, her children had moved to distant cities, and her house, once bustling with laughter and the clatter of walks, became terribly silent. She would often leave her door ajar, even in the cold, just so she could hear the occasional footsteps of a passerby or the distant barking of a dog. She would invite every peddler, every traveling merchant, every distant cousin for tea, not because she needed anything, but because the presence of another human being, any human being, seemed to chase away the chilling specter of loneliness. She equated solitude with being unloved, with being cast aside by the world. Her greatest fear was not death, but the quiet emptiness of a life lived unwitnessed. But this old monk has learned through many sunrises and countless meditations that the quiet is not an enemy. It is, in truth, an ally, a profound teacher. The teachings passed down through generations speak not of solitude as a weakness, but as a crucible of power, if only we learn how to approach it. It is not where we lose ourselves, my dear ones, but precisely where we can begin, truly begin, to build ourselves anew. Imagine a potter shaping clay. Can he do so amidst a bustling market with 100 voices clamoring for his attention? No, he retreats to his quiet studio where the world fades and only his hands, the clay, and his vision remain. Think about this. Truly ponder it as the embers glow softly in the hearth. Why do so many good people, kind people, stay in relationships that drain their spirit like a dry well? Why do they cling to friendships that feel hollow or attachments that bring more pain than peace? It's not that they are blind. No, they see the disrespect clear as the moonlight on the river. They feel the pain, sharp as a thorn in the flesh. They recognize the manipulation, subtle as a shifting shadow. Yet they stay. They stay because the thought of being alone, of facing the vast open space of their own being, feels more terrifying than the familiar ache of disappointment. They fear the silence of an unread message, the quiet of an empty room. They fear their own thoughts, like wild horses let loose in a dark forest. They fear the nights when no one calls, the days when no one checks in, the profound feeling of being invisible in a world full of noise. And so, they make a Faustian bargain, trading their peace for company, their self-respect for a crumb of attention. They accept bitterness for a taste of sweetness, even if that sweetness is fleeting and false. Slowly, subtly, like sand slipping through cupped hands, their own essence begins to diminish, just to avoid the perceived emptiness of solitude. But the moment, dear friends, the precious, transformative moment, you discover the deep, abiding joy of your own company. That is when everything shifts. It is not a harsh, defiant joy, but a quiet, centered contentment, like a tree whose roots run deep into the earth, unshaken by the winds. When you become truly happy alone, you become a force, not of aggression, but of serene, unshakable self-possession. Now, no one can hold you hostage with their presence, nor can they threaten you with their absence. The flickering attention of another holds no sway over your steady light. Their silence, once a weapon, now becomes merely silence. You are no longer desperately waiting to be chosen because you have chosen yourself wholly and completely. This, my dear ones, is the alchemy of true independence. It takes the lead of fear and transforms it into the purest gold of freedom. It frees the soul to simply be. And in that being there is a strength that no storm can ever break. This strength, my dear friends, is not a shield you carry, nor a wall you build. It is something far more subtle yet utterly unyielding. It is the quiet understanding that true freedom is not about detaching from the world or becoming cold to the touch of others. Oh no, that would be a lonely path indeed. And the heart of this old monk has never sought such a barren landscape. Freedom, as the ancient teachings whisper, is simply the release from dependence. It means your heart, though open and warm, is not begging for anything. Your mind, though active and curious, is not shaking with anxiety over what might come or go. I remember once during a harsh winter, the temple bell tower was swaying in the fierce winds. The young monks feared it would topple, but the old master, with eyes like deep pools, simply pointed to the great oak beside it. "See how it bends?" he asked. "It does not fight the wind, yet it stands." The bell tower, for all its rigid strength, was fixed, and its stability was threatened. The tree, however, was in constant motion, yet it was deeply rooted, independent of the wind's caprice. It was then I truly began to grasp that peace is not found in stillness, but in a stable heart, even amidst life's constant changes. And the most profound kind of peace, the most unbreakable strength, comes from what we call emotional independence. It means you can sit by the fire like we are now, alone in your thoughts, without that gnawing emptiness in your chest. It means if a friendship or a connection drifts away, like a leaf on a stream, you can feel the natural wistfulness, but not that searing wound of worthlessness. You know who you are, my friend, even if others forget your name for a moment. And when life's sharp edges cut you, as they inevitably do, you feel the pain, yes, but you do not shatter into pieces. You remain whole, like a river stone smoothed by the current, not broken by it. Many of us for so long have walked through life believing that happiness is a prize, a gift handed to us from the outside. We look for it in the gentle touch of a loved one, the approving glance of a child, the quiet hum of success, or the comforting jingle of coins. We are taught from the tenderest age to seek it out there, beyond ourselves. We chase it like a butterfly, always just out of reach, always waiting for it to land on our outstretched hand. But what if, my dear ones, happiness is not a butterfly to be chased, but a small, steady flame to be nurtured within your own hearth? Imagine it, a tiny spark deep inside you that you tend with mindful breaths and quiet acceptance. This fire, once kindled, keeps burning, even when the world outside grows cold and gray, even when the rain drums on the roof and the wind howls through the eaves. For if your joy, your very peace, depends on the ever-shifting moods and actions of others, then tell me, how can your heart ever truly rest? People change, don't they? We all do. We get busy, we get distracted, we stumble, we become absorbed in our own struggles. And if your inner sanctuary is built upon such unstable ground, it will sway and tremble with every passing breeze. So, this quiet reflection, this wisdom we share tonight, is about turning solitude not into loneliness, but into your most trusted companion. It's about finding in your own company a profound advantage, in silence, a deep well of strength. When you truly master this, when your own presence becomes your greatest power, something shifts. You begin to move through the world differently. People feel it, don't they? Your energy becomes calm, your confidence settles like a deep lake, your eyes hold a steady light. You no longer feel that burning need to prove your worth to anyone, because the deepest proof, the most undeniable testament, is the quiet, unshakable peace you carry within. And what happens, you ask, when this inner fire of happiness burns brightly, even when you are quite alone? A beautiful transformation unfolds, my friend. Firstly, that ceaseless chasing begins to fade. Remember those nights? The phone clutched in your hand, heart thrumming, waiting for a message, a sign, a reply that might never come. The endless replay of conversations, wondering what you said wrong, why they've grown distant. Why aren't they texting me? Why do they seem so cold? Have I become unimportant? This old monk has seen that look in many eyes, the worry lines etched deep. But when your own well of happiness is full, that desperate thirst for external validation simply recedes. You begin to understand, with a clarity that settles deep in your bones, that if someone truly desires to be in your life, they will find a way to show it. If they value you, they will respect your presence. If they care, they will not leave you feeling like an afterthought. And if they do not, if they choose to drift away, you do not collapse. You do not panic like a lost child. You do not beg for crumbs of attention. Instead, you simply accept with quiet grace, and you step forward, your dignity intact, like a wise old tree shedding its leaves in autumn, knowing spring will come again. Secondly, and this is a profound gift, you stop tolerating disrespect. When your happiness is a fragile thing, dependent on the approval of others, you become like a thirsty traveler in a desert, willing to drink from any muddy puddle. You accept late replies, half-truths, flimsy excuses, the feeling of being an option, a backup plan, taken for granted. You tell yourself, at least they're still here. But when your internal fire glows steadily, you realize the preciousness of your own peace. You see with startling clarity that this peace is far too valuable to be bartered for fleeting, cheap attention. You begin to understand that genuine solitude, the quiet company of your own soul, is infinitely richer than the hollow echo of a fake connection. You realize deep down that being truly alone is a warmer, more honest state than being with people who somehow, paradoxically, make you feel utterly alone, even when they are right beside you. And when you finally touch that quiet truth, my friends, that is when you begin the quiet work of rebuilding. It is like tending to a neglected garden. For so long, you might have poured your precious water and sun onto thorny bushes that only pricked your hands, or tried to coax blossoms from barren ground that never held a seed. All that energy, all that delicate care, simply scattered to the wind. But then, a moment arrives, perhaps in the stillness of a sleepless night. or walking a familiar path under a new moon. When you simply stop, you turn your gaze inward. You gather that scattered energy, like collecting fallen dewdrops into a sacred chalice. I remember once, when I was a much younger monk, tasked with repairing an ancient stone wall that had crumbled over centuries. Day after day, I would carry stones from the riverbed, chisel them to fit, and lay them with meticulous care. The other monks would chatter, sometimes offering advice, sometimes simply passing by with idle talk. At first, I felt a pull to join their conversations, to explain my slow progress, to seek their nods of approval. But the wall demanded my full attention. The rough feel of the granite beneath my fingers, the precise sound of the hammer against the chisel, the faint scent of damp earth rising from the foundations. Slowly, the chatter faded from my mind. My focus became a single, unwavering beam. My energy, once prone to distraction, became a deep, calm reservoir. And what happened? The wall began to rise, strong and true. Each stone spoke to the next. My hands moved with a rhythm born not of haste, but of deep purpose. This is what happens, my dear ones, when your energy returns to you. It doesn't burst forth like a raging storm. It flows like a clear mountain spring, steady and pure. You become focused, yes, but not in a strained way. It's a natural alignment, like the earth turning silently on its axis. You become disciplined, not through harsh self-command, but because your inner compass now points true. You stop feeling the need to explain yourself, to announce your intentions to every passing breeze. Why tell the world about the quiet seed you've planted when its growth is best nurtured in the dark, rich soil of your own heart? Have you ever noticed how the grandest things in nature happen with such profound silence? The mighty oak does not shout as its roots delve deep into the earth. It simply grows, pushing skyward leaf by leaf. The lotus does not beg for attention as it unfurls its exquisite petals from the muddy water. It simply blooms, radiating beauty. Even the sun, that giver of all life, does not explain its purpose as it rises each morning, painting the sky with quiet fire. It simply is. In that same profound silence, your deepest healing happens. Your most profound growth unfolds. Your quiet strength solidifies. It's in the undisturbed space of solitude that you finally have room to rebuild, free from the restless clamor of opinions, the fleeting shadows of distraction, and the wearisome weight of unnecessary drama. This quiet building, this tending to your own inner garden, leads to another profound truth, my friends. When you become genuinely happy alone, truly content in your own company, the desperate need for external validation simply dissolves. It melts away like morning mist under the sun. And that, I tell you, changes everything. I've watched so many souls, young and old, caught in the relentless current of seeking approval. They post moments of their lives, carefully curated, not just to share joy, but to be seen, to be acknowledged. They chase after attention as if it were the very air they breathe, convinced that only through the gaze of others can they feel real, feel important. And when that attention flickers, when the likes are few or a message goes unanswered, they feel a hollow ache, profound emptiness that chills them to the bone. It's like building your house on shifting sand, always trembling with the fear that the tide will come and wash it all away. Buddhism, as you know, teaches us that this craving for validation is a most cunning trap. The more you chase it, the more tangled you become in its threads. The more you rely on it for your sense of self, the more dependent you become, like a fragile vine always searching for a sturdy wall to cling to. If your happiness depends on people clapping for you, then their opinions become your masters. Their whims dictate your worth. You find yourself shrinking, twisting yourself into shapes that don't quite fit, just to be accepted in places where your true spirit feels suffocated. You start changing the very color of your soul to please those who don't even understand the melody of your heart. But when you truly deeply find peace and joy within yourself, alone with the whispers of your own spirit, then the clamor of external judgment fades into a distant murmur. You stop caring so much about what others think. You stop performing. You start living for the quiet truth that resonates within you, for the deep peace that settles in your bones, for the sacred calling of your own soul. You live not for fleeting applause, but for the unwavering light of your own inner knowing. And that, my dear ones, is when you become unstoppable. Like an ancient mountain, you simply stand. Let me paint you a picture, something I've observed countless times in my long years. Imagine two individuals, perhaps living in the same village, walking the same dusty paths. There is young Anya, whose days are a constant dance of seeking connection. Her little clay lamp, meant to illuminate her own path, is instead always held out, searching for reflections in the eyes of others. She needs constant messages, a steady stream of company, unending attention. Her life, therefore, is often a whirlwind of noise, a tempest of emotional highs and lows. Today, she might be soaring, light as a feather, because someone replied to her message with warmth. Tomorrow, she might lie broken, her spirit shattered, simply because a friend overlooked her or offered a careless word. Her happiness, you see, is like a fragile porcelain bowl, beautiful, perhaps, but so easily chipped, so easily shattered by the slightest bump, so easily stolen by the careless hand of another. The very silence of her own home feels like an enemy, a vast echoing void she tries to fill with noise. Then there is old Master Jin, who lives quietly by the river, his hands gnarled from years of weaving baskets. He is comfortable in his solitude. The deep silence of his small hut, lit only by the soft glow of the hearth on long nights, is a cherished companion, not a fear. He enjoys his own company, the steady rhythm of his breath, the quiet contemplation of the stars. He doesn't fear people leaving, doesn't dread being forgotten. His happiness is not a flickering flame. It is the deep, steady warmth of a well-banked fire. His peace is like the river itself, flowing deep and calm, even when storms rage above. His heart is a tranquil lake. When someone dear departs, he grieves, yes. The sorrow is real and raw, like the wind tearing through the reeds. But he does not collapse. He feels the pain fully, holds it, lets it flow through him, but his core remains unshaken. If someone ignores him, he registers the slight, the sting, but he does not beg for attention, does not chase after what has turned away. Even when life becomes difficult, as it always does, he struggles, he aches, but he does not lose himself in the despair. His roots, you see, are planted deep within his own being. This person, Master Jin, holds a power that is not loud or demanding. It is quiet, it is steady, it is unshakable. And this, my friends, is the very essence of the strength that this old monk and the ancient wisdom we follow hopes to share with you, to help you cultivate within your own hearts. And what truly grows from such cultivation, you might ask? When one chooses to walk a path of quiet contentment, even alone. Some might think it means becoming like a stone, unfeeling, untouched by the world's currents. They believe that to find peace, one must shed all the tender parts of the heart, become immune to the sting of loss or the quiet ache of missing someone dearly. But my dear ones, that is not the way of our teaching, not the way of the quiet understanding that settles upon the heart like a gentle dew. No. Being truly content, even when solitude wraps around you like a familiar cloak on a cool night, does not mean that the pang of pain will never visit again. It doesn't mean that the subtle whisper of loneliness, like the wind rustling dry leaves, will never pass through your being. And certainly, it does not mean your heart will never yearn for someone who has crossed paths with you, or someone long gone. I remember an old woman from the village, Granny Lee, lost her husband after 50 years of marriage. Every evening she still set 2 bowls on the table, one for herself, one for him, filled with the aroma of the day's simple meal. Was she desperate? No. Was she controlled by her sorrow? Not entirely. She simply missed him. A deep, abiding part of her heart still reached for his presence. Our path, the path this old monk has walked for decades, isn't about hardening the heart until it becomes unfeeling. It is about becoming aware. It is about feeling the full spectrum of your emotions, the joy, the sorrow, the longing, the peace, letting them move through you like clouds across the sky, without letting them seize the reins of your inner self and drive you to despair. It teaches us to miss people, yes, but without becoming desperate, without feeling as if a vital piece of us has been torn away. It teaches us to love with an open palm, not a clenched fist, to love without clinging, without demanding, to care deeply for others, as you all do for your families, for your friends, but without losing the very core of who you are in the process. You see, the true goal is not to somehow erase the tapestry of human emotion from your heart. How could we? We are alive, we feel. No, the goal is to gently loosen the knots of attachment, those tight grips we unknowingly place on people, on outcomes, on our own expectations. It is not to become cold, like the winter stone, but to become free. Free to feel, free to love, free to experience life in all its unpredictable beauty, without being bound by fear or dependence. When you arrive at that quiet, clear space within yourself, your love naturally pours forth from a place of fullness, not from a hollow yearning, not from fear of being left alone. It becomes a pure offering, like the fresh spring water from the mountain, freely given. So, how does one begin to transform this journey of being alone, this quiet space, into one's greatest strength, one's deepest advantage? It begins right here, my friends, in the quiet chamber of your mind, with a simple shift in perspective. Look around you, at the embers glowing in the fire, at the deep shadows dancing on the wall. This is a quiet moment, isn't it? Perhaps you've had many such quiet moments recently, especially those of you who find sleep. elusive in the deepest hours of the night. We often call these times loneliness, don't we? A heavy word, laden with a sense of lack. But what if we simply started calling it freedom? The freedom to be entirely yourself in this moment without expectation or demand. The silence that sometimes feels like a vast, empty expanse. What if we began to hear it as peace? The profound peace that exists when the world's clamor fades and only the gentle rhythm of your own breath remains. And solitude, which can feel like a shroud of sadness. What if it is truly growth? A rich soil where new understanding can take root and flourish. Our minds, you see, are like fertile gardens. Whatever seeds we plant there, whatever words we repeat to ourselves, they will surely grow. If you keep whispering to yourself that being alone is a problem, a burden, a sign of something missing, then suffering will indeed be your companion. But if you begin, even just a little, to see this aloneness as a quiet power, a sacred space, a chance to truly listen to the whispers of your own heart. Then, slowly, gently, your heart will begin to relax, like a flower turning towards the sun. And once that shift begins, you start to use this precious alone time with intention, with wisdom. No longer is it wasted on the endless spinning wheel of overthinking, replaying old conversations, dissecting past hurts. No longer do we spend it peering into the lives of others, comparing, wishing. We stop feeding those memories that, like unhealed wounds, only reopen when prodded. We cease wishing for people to be different than they are, a wish as fruitless as trying to change the course of a river. Instead, these quiet hours become a workshop, a space to mend what is broken within, to learn something new that expands your spirit, to reflect on your journey, to cultivate the gentle discipline that builds a more resilient future. Solitude is not an empty gap in the tapestry of your life, my friends. It is the wide, open space where you prepare the threads for the life you truly wish to weave. There is another powerful key, my dear ones, one that unlocks a quiet joy within. It is learning, truly learning, to enjoy your own presence. Have you ever noticed how many people, perhaps even ourselves at times, are constantly seeking distractions? Another conversation, another task, another face. Sometimes it is because we find our own company difficult. We judge ourselves too harshly, deeming ourselves boring, not enough, our lives not exciting enough. And so we chase external company, hoping others will fill the void, distract us from the quiet, critical voice within. But the very heart of our teachings is compassion, and true compassion, like a gentle stream, always begins at its source, with yourself. You must learn to be kind to yourself, to offer yourself the same gentle understanding you would give to a beloved child or a cherished friend. You must learn to forgive yourself for the missteps, for the imperfections, for simply being human. Treat yourself in these quiet moments as someone you truly, deeply care about. Because if you do not cultivate that warmth for your own presence, you will always be searching for someone else's light to escape your own perceived darkness. And once you begin to find comfort in your own company, a profound shift occurs. You stop begging for attention like a thirsty traveler. You stop clinging like a desperate hand. You stop needing people to simply fill the silence or pass the time. Instead, you begin to feel satisfied with your own gentle energy, calmed by your own quietude, and profoundly safe within the sanctuary of your own mind. This, my friends, is one of the quietest yet greatest achievements in life. For so many spend their entire lives searching for happiness in the bustling marketplace outside, never realizing that true, lasting happiness was always waiting, patiently, in the quiet courtyard of their own being. And from this wellspring of inner contentment, something even more beautiful blossoms. When you become happy alone, truly at peace in your own space, you naturally become selective about who you invite into that sacred space. You stop leaving the gate of your heart wide open for every passing stranger. You learn to discern, to protect the quiet harmony within, no longer allowing every random comment or chaotic energy to disturb your inner calm. You recognize that your peace, your precious time, your unique energy, these are treasures. And like any treasure, you choose to share them only with those who uplift you, those who bring peace and genuine connection, not merely noise or disruption. This is why, ironically, being happy alone makes all your relationships, even the most cherished ones, immeasurably better. Because now, you don't step into a connection from a place of desperate need, like a beggar at the door. You enter from a place of conscious choice, of generous fullness. Your conversations flow not from a frantic urgency to be seen or heard, but from a calm, centered peace. You don't stay with someone or tolerate what diminishes you simply because you fear the emptiness of being alone. No, you stay because you genuinely respect them, because you delight in their company, because they truly enrich the quiet joy you already carry within. You learn to walk away, not out of anger or bitterness, but with a quiet dignity, because you value the precious peace of your own heart above all else. And that, my dear ones, is the profound difference between a fragile, needy connection and a relationship built on the unshakable foundation of true self-worth. Once you truly understand this, you begin to see solitude not as a barren desert, but as a fertile garden, a place where the deepest roots of your being can finally stretch and take hold without the constant shadow of another. It is in this quiet, unguarded space that the heart, once so bruised and tender, begins to mend itself. You see, being truly alone becomes your greatest power, not a burden. It is the very foundation upon which you rebuild what felt broken. It becomes the wide open space where the incessant clamor for validation finally fades, and the impulse to beg for love simply ceases. I remember once, many years ago, when I was a young monk, barely more than a boy, I felt a deep ache within me, a longing for connection that seemed to consume my days. I would watch the village children playing, their laughter echoing, and feel a sharp pang of loneliness. One evening I sat by the temple pond, the water still as glass, reflecting the first stars. Master Hu, my teacher then, sat beside me. He didn't speak, just hummed a soft, ancient tune. After a long while, he turned to me, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Little one," he whispered, "the pond only reflects the stars when its surface is undisturbed. When you constantly seek reflections in others, you stir your own waters, and all you see is a distorted image." He taught me that it is in the quiet moments, when you finally choose yourself, that you stop living like someone who needs to be rescued from a sinking ship. You begin to breathe in a different rhythm, to move with a quiet certainty, like a river that knows its own path to the sea. You stop being a person who is constantly reaching out, and you start living like one who is truly unstoppable, rooted deeply in your own soil. The world may swirl around you, but your core remains firm. And this, my friends, is a truth I wish for you to remember deeply, especially on those nights when sleep evades you and the mind wanders to past sorrows. In this journey we call life, people will inevitably come and go. Like clouds drifting across the sky, attention will ebb and flow. Love, in its many forms, will bloom and fade. Even the dearest of friends, like leaves in autumn, will eventually depart. But you, my dear ones, you will always remain with yourself. You are the one constant, the one companion you can never escape. You are the only person who will faithfully walk beside you through every season, every storm, every quiet dawn. So, the most profound and lasting gift you can ever bestow upon yourself is learning to be truly at peace with this inseparable companion, yourself. Learning to genuinely enjoy your own company, like savoring a warm cup of tea by the fire on a cold night. Learning to stand alone, not with a trembling heart, but with a quiet strength that resonates deep within. Because when you can stand firmly on your own ground, truly alone and yet utterly complete, that is when you become free. And when that kind of freedom settles into your bones, nothing external can truly break you. You can lose anyone, and while grief may visit, you will still find your way back to balance. You can face rejection, and your confidence, rather than crumbling, will simply reaffirm your own worth. You can be physically alone, and yet feel a profound fullness, a boundless reservoir of peace within. And that, my friends, that is the highest form of power known to a human heart. So, if you find yourself in a season of solitude today, my dear ones, do not, I implore you, see it as a weakness or a punishment. See it as an essential training, a sacred preparation. See it as the most profound kind of growth. Because solitude, when embraced, is never the end of your story. No, it is the vibrant, powerful beginning of your deepest transformation. This is where the old habits of needing, of chasing, of begging for scraps of affection finally wither and fall away. This is where the cycle of suffering, born from external dependence, gently loosens its grip. And when you finally master this quiet art, you will realize a truth that will settle into your soul and remain with you forever, like the enduring scent of pine in the forest. Being happy alone is not a mark of sadness. It is the very essence of strength. Being happy alone is not a hollow emptiness. It is the boundless expanse of true freedom. Being happy alone is never a loss. It is the quiet, unassailable power of being whole. Because the moment you stop needing anyone else to complete you, truly, nobody can control you. Nobody can break you, and nobody, no thing, can steal your hard-won peace ever again. And this leads us quite naturally to what I have come to call the 8th lesson, a quiet wisdom that ties all these threads together. Make peace your identity, dear ones, not merely a fleeting mood. Because real, enduring happiness is not a stroke of luck. It is a daily, gentle practice, like tending to a beloved garden. If you truly wish to cultivate this kind of happiness, this deep contentment that can flourish even in solitude, then listen carefully now, because this is not just a lesson. It is the very key that holds everything in place, like the sturdy central beam of a farmhouse. Many people, and perhaps you too, my friends, have thought of happiness as something that arrives and departs, like a guest who stays only as long as the weather is fair. They believe happiness is that lucky, effervescent feeling that bubbles up when others treat them kindly, when life glides along smoothly, when things unfold precisely as they wished, or when someone showers them with love and attention. It's like waiting for the perfect day to open your window and breathe. But the ancient teachings, the wisdom of the old ways, they tell us something altogether different. They whisper that real happiness is not a mood that can be swayed by every passing breeze. It is something far deeper. It is an identity. It is a fundamental way of living, a steady current beneath the surface of your days. It is a practice you cultivate slowly, patiently, daily, and deeply, like polishing a smooth river stone, until that profound peace becomes your very nature, and a quiet, unshakable calm becomes your true home. You see, if your happiness is merely a mood, a fragile bloom dependent on the sun of external circumstances, then it will inevitably wither and vanish with the first shadow. One difficult day, one unexpected loss can utterly destroy it. The coldness in another person's eyes can steal it away. A single disappointment, like a sudden gust of wind, can break its delicate stem. One moment of rejection can shake it to its very roots. And that, my dear ones, means your happiness is forever fragile, like a glass bird. It means your happiness is constantly controlled by forces outside of you. It means your happiness is borrowed, always on loan from the fleeting moments of fortune. But when peace, that quiet, steady presence, becomes your very identity, your happiness transforms. It becomes stable, like the deep earth. Because identity, unlike a mood, does not shift with every passing hour or every changing tide. Identity does not collapse and crumble every time life presents a challenge or a sorrow. Identity remains strong, a silent anchor, even when emotions rise and fall around it, like waves upon the shore. Yes, my dear friends, that silent anchor within us, the one that holds steady even when the waves of feeling crash and spray high. That identity, that core, it is what the ancient teachings speak of when they say, emotions are but transient visitors, like the morning mist that clings to the valley or the sudden gust of wind that rustles the bamboo. They come, they stay a while, and then they melt away, leaving the mountain standing, unchanged. But awareness, that, my dear ones, is the mountain itself. It is the permanent, the ever-present watcher. I remember when I was a young monk, barely taller than this fire pit, and a great sadness had taken hold of me. A dear friend, another novice, had decided to leave the temple and return to his family. It felt as if a part of my own heart had been torn away. For days, I walked in a daze, the simple chores of sweeping the courtyard or fetching water feeling impossibly heavy. The sunlight seemed dimmer, the birdsong muffled. I was sadness, or so I believed. I am sad, I would whisper to myself, and the words felt like iron chains binding me. One afternoon, sitting under the ancient Bodhi tree, tears still welling in my eyes. Our old abbot, Master Hu, came and sat beside me. He didn't speak. He just sat, his presence a quiet warmth. After a long while, he pointed to the sky, where heavy gray clouds were gathering. "Look," he murmured, his voice like the gentle stirring of leaves. "The sky is about to weep." I watched as the first drops began to fall, pattering softly on the leaves, then growing into a steady drumbeat on the tiled roof. "The storm is here," he said. "But tell me, my young friend, is the sky the storm? Or does the sky merely hold the storm?" His words, so simple, were like a cool stream washing over my fevered mind. I understood then, not with my intellect, but deep within my being. I was not the sadness. I was the one witnessing the sadness. Like the vast, calm sky that allows the storm to rage and pass, or the deep, silent ocean that carries the wildest waves on its surface, I was the awareness behind the experience. Pain may visit, like a sudden chill in the air, but awareness can stay calm. Loneliness may appear, a quiet echo in an empty room, but awareness can stay steady. Fear may rise, a shadow flickering at the edge of the firelight, but awareness can stay strong. That awareness, my friends, that is where real peace makes its home. So often we become so entangled. We feel sadness, and suddenly, "I am sad forever," we declare, sealing our own fate. We feel loneliness after a spouse has passed, and the mind whispers, "My life is empty," as if your entire history has vanished. You feel anxiety about your children, and you convince yourself, "I am weak," forgetting all the storms you've already weathered. Rejection after a lifetime of loving, and the heart cries, "I am worthless," as if your value depends on another's gaze. But no, dear ones, you are not your emotions. You are the one who witnesses them. You are the sky, not the storm. You are the ocean, not the wave. This profound understanding, it is about learning how to become a person whose peace does not depend on people, for people are as changeable as the wind. A person whose calm does not depend on attention, for attention is fleeting, like fireflies in the summer night. A person whose happiness does not depend on being chosen, for true happiness is not a prize to be awarded. A person whose worth does not depend on validation, for your worth is inherent, like the enduring strength of the ancient oak. When you become that person, my friend, you stop living as if you are waiting for life to grant you permission to be happy. You begin to live as if happiness is your decision, your sacred responsibility, your daily discipline, and your quiet, unshakable power. But I know what some of you might be thinking. Easy to say, Master Ming Xin, but when the heart is truly broken, when the loss is so fresh, how does one simply decide? I understand, my dear ones, I truly do. Most people, if we are honest with ourselves, do not truly lose their peace because life is inherently hard, though life certainly has its hardships. No, they lose their peace because they cling to a phantom struggle. They keep fighting reality, resisting what has already unfolded, begging for what has already departed. They replay endlessly what has already ended, clinging to memories that, no matter how cherished, simply cannot return to the present. They keep wanting people to become different, even when those people have already, through their actions and words, shown you exactly who they truly are. It's like trying to hold water in your open palm after it has already flowed through your fingers. The Buddhist teachings speak of this very clearly. Suffering grows not from the pain itself, but from our resistance to it. Suffering grows when you fight the truth. Peace, true peace, begins when you accept the truth. And understand this, my friend. Acceptance is one of the strongest powers you can ever cultivate. It does not mean you agree with them, pain, or that you condone the wrong. It simply means you stop wasting your precious energy on denial. You stop wasting energy on the endless, "Why me?" You stop wasting energy chasing what is clearly not meant for you, like a lost kite in a swirling wind. Acceptance means you see life clearly, like looking through clean water to the stones at the riverbed. You see people clearly, not through the haze of your hopes or fears. You see yourself clearly, with all your strengths and vulnerabilities. And when you see clearly, my dear friends, you stop drowning in illusions. If someone did you wrong, acceptance means you don't keep begging them to understand, for their understanding is not yours to command. If someone you loved deeply left, acceptance means you don't keep chasing closure, for closure is often found within, not in another's words. If someone replaced you, acceptance means you don't keep trying to prove your worth, because your worth, remember, is not a debate. Your value is not an argument for others to judge. Your peace is not something you negotiate. You accept what happened. You learn the quiet lessons it offers. You grow from the fertile ground of experience, and you move forward, one gentle step at a time. That, my friends, is power. That is peace. That is freedom. To make this peace not just a fleeting visitor, but your very identity, your constant companion, you need a daily inner system. Peace, you see, is not built by one profound quote that sparks a momentary insight. Peace is not built by one inspiring story that makes you nod your head in agreement. No. Peace is built by daily awareness, like a craftsman slowly shaping wood. It is built by discipline, by the quiet, consistent choices you make. It is built by repetition, like the rhythmic breathing that calms the mind. It is built by choosing calm even when your ego, that noisy little part of you, clamors for revenge. Peace is built by choosing silence even when your emotions yearn to scream their frustration into the night. Peace is built by choosing wisdom even when your pain, so raw and sharp, wants only to react impulsively. Let me explain it with a simple image, one you know well from your own gardens, my friends. Your mind is like that garden. Whatever you water, that is what will grow abundantly. If you spend your days watering the seeds of jealousy, watching what others have, then jealousy will blossom, thorny and bitter. If you water anger, replaying old wrongs, then anger will grow, burning and destructive. If you water fear, imagining every possible disaster, then fear will spread its suffocating vines. If you water attachment, clinging to what must eventually pass, then attachment will grow, heavy and painful. But if you water peace, then peace will grow, a gentle, fragrant blossom that fills your inner world with light. Yet tragically, most people water pain every single day without even noticing. They water pain by endlessly stalking those who hurt them, revisiting old wounds online or in their thoughts. They water pain by replaying old conversations, dissecting every word, every glance, every what if. They water pain by imagining worst-case scenarios for their children, for their finances, for their health. They water pain by comparing themselves to others, feeling inadequate or resentful. They water pain by living inside their memories more than in their present moment, like ghosts haunting their own pasts. And then, as the heart grows heavy, as the spirit dims, they wonder why. They wonder why their garden feels so overgrown with weeds, why their inner world feels so burdened. Yes, my friends, that feeling of a garden overgrown with weeds, that sense of an inner world burdened. It's a lament I've heard many times by this very fire. Many come to this old monk feeling lost, adrift, forever chasing something just out of reach, their spirits heavy like stones in a riverbed. They search for peace in the approval of others, in the echoes of yesterday's joys, or in the distant, uncertain promises of tomorrow. But I've learned, after all these years, that what we chase is often right here, under our very noses, as close as the breath we just took. I remember a young man, a fisherman named Lee, from a village nestled near the Jade Sea. His nets were always tangled, his heart always full of worry about the coming season, the changing currents, the fickle nature of the waves. He'd sit by the shore, watching the horizon, but he never truly saw the individual glint of sunlight on the water, never felt the salt spray on his face, never truly heard the distant cry of the gulls circling above. His mind was always tomorrow's catch, or yesterday's storm, or the words his father had spoken years ago, or the imagined future with a love he hoped to win. One day, a fierce, unexpected squall rose up from the sea, tearing his last threadbare net to shreds against the sharp rocks. He collapsed onto the damp sand, utterly defeated, the chill wind whipping around him, the taste of salt and failure on his tongue. And in that moment, when there was nothing left to fear or hope for, no future to plan, no past to regret, he simply lay there. He felt the unexpected warmth of the returning sun on his cheek, heard the rhythmic hush and roar of the waves, the sound of individual droplets of rain still clinging to the seaweed. He took a deep, shuddering breath, perhaps the first true, unburdened breath of his life. And in that simple act, a profound stillness settled over him. That, my friends, is where peace lives. Not in the bustling market, not in the memory of a lost love, not in the shadow of what might be, but in the quiet pulse of now. Like the warmth of this fire on our faces, the gentle crackle of the wood, the shared silence between us. These are not grand events, are they? But they are real. They are here. Have you ever noticed how, when you are truly present, even the simplest meal tastes richer? The subtle texture of the rice on your tongue, the fragrant aroma of the vegetables cooked with care. It's a small miracle, isn't it? A quiet awakening. When we stop reaching outward, stop making others the sun around which our own little planet revolves, we start to feel the quiet strength of our own gravity. We stop asking, how can I make them stay? And instead we begin to ask, how can I make myself a steady harbor? a place of refuge for my own spirit.
But how does one become a steady harbor, you ask?
That brings me to something many overlook. A wisdom I gleaned not from ancient scrolls, but from observing the common folk. We often treat ourselves with a harshness we would never bestow upon a stranger, let alone someone we love. I once knew a potter, old Master Chen, whose skill with clay was unmatched. His bowls were exquisite, his glazes luminous, yet he would smash any with the slightest imperfection, muttering sharp curses at his own hands, his own perceived failures. He drove away many a promising student with his relentless severity. His own heart, I often thought, was a constant battlefield of self-reproach. One quiet afternoon I found him, not at his wheel, but carefully mending a hairline crack in a small plain teacup. He used a delicate gold lacquer, meticulously filling the tiny fissure, turning the flaw into a unique, shimmering vein of beauty. I asked him, "Master Chen, why this one? It's not one of your masterpieces." He sighed, his old eyes softening as he traced the golden line. "It reminds me of my own journey, old monk, full of cracks and breaks, yet still holding tea." "Perhaps," he whispered, "it's time I treated myself with the same gentle hand." Compassion, dear friends, must begin at home, within your own heart. Think of how you speak to yourselves when you stumble, when you feel weak, when you struggle. Do you whisper words of encouragement, or do you shout blame and shame? Do you offer a comforting hand, or do you lash out with a stinging whip? If you cannot be gentle with the one heart that beats solely for you, how can you expect others to fill that void? It's like a small bird, fledgling, trying to fly. If it wounds itself with every attempt, constantly criticizing its own clumsy wings, it will forever look for someone else to carry it. But if it learns to mend its own feathers, to rest when tired, to try again with quiet resolve, then it grows wings of its own. To sit with your own sorrow, your own fear, your own weakness, not as a judge, but as a silent, understanding companion. That is the truest friendship. To say to yourself in those quiet, vulnerable moments, "I am healing, I am growing, I am becoming stronger, I am enough, I will be okay," is not empty reassurance. It is training your mind to become a safe, warm place for your soul, like a quiet room with a crackling fire on a cold night. When your mind becomes safe, you stop needing people to save you. When your heart becomes calm, you stop needing people to comfort you. When your inner world becomes peaceful, you stop chasing people to fix you. And that, my dear ones, is real independence. And as you begin to build this inner sanctuary, this quiet, safe space within, you will find a natural, gentle desire to protect its peace. Not everyone, my friends, deserves an open door to your inner world. Not everyone is company. Some are simply chaos, like a gust of wind scattering newly raked leaves. Some are not support but disturbance, like pebbles thrown into a still pond. Some are not love but distraction, like a bright, noisy festival that leaves you weary. I learned this many years ago when I was a young, eager monk in the temple kitchen. I would try to please everyone, fetching water for this one, peeling vegetables for that one, listening to every complaint, every story, every demand. By the end of the day, I felt like an empty gourd, rattling with nothing but weariness and the echoes of others' burdens. The head monk, a man of few words but profound insight, observed me for many days. One evening, as the last light faded from the sky, he simply said, "Mingxin, the well gives water freely, but it does not allow everyone to muddy its spring. Your energy, your inner quietude, is like that water. Cherish it." His words were like a cool balm on a fevered brow. Protecting your peace is not rudeness. It is the deepest form of self-respect. Saying no can be a gentle whisper, a quiet turning away, not a shout of defiance. It is simply honoring the sacred boundaries of your own spirit. Walking away from what drains you is not weakness. It is a profound strength. Being quiet, when others demand your explanation, is not fear. It is a quiet discipline of the self. Not explaining yourself to those who do not care to understand is not arrogance. It is a quiet maturity, a refusal to spill your precious inner water onto barren ground. When you explain yourself too much to the wrong people, you leak your precious energy, like a sieve slowly losing its contents. When you try too hard to be understood by those who truly do not care, you waste the finite moments of your life. So peace becomes your true identity when you stop trying to win people over and start trying to win yourself back. It becomes your identity when you stop living for applause and start living for the quiet alignment of your own heart. It becomes your identity when you stop chasing distractions and start building inner discipline. It becomes your identity when you stop seeking people to fill an emptiness and begin to fill your own soul with meaning, like tending a quiet garden that blooms from within. Your life changes, not with a sudden storm, but like the quiet dawn breaking over the mountains, revealing a path you've always carried within. And this path, my dear friends, is not one you stumble upon by chance. No, it is a path you walk, step by quiet step, each morning anew. You might ask, how does one actually cultivate this peace, this stillness in the hurried dance of daily life? I remember when I was a young monk, full of restless energy, always seeking grand revelations. I would watch old Master Chen, who, every single morning, without fail, would begin his day by sweeping the temple courtyard. Rain or shine, summer's heat or winter's chill, the rhythmic swish, swish of his broom was the first sound to greet the dawn, a gentle counterpoint to the chirping crickets. He wasn't sweeping for cleanliness alone. He was sweeping his mind, clearing away the unseen dust. It is the simple truth, you see, as clear as the water in a mountain spring. You build peace in the very same way a farmer tends his field, or a potter shapes his clay, or indeed, the way one builds strength in the body, through steady, unwavering repetition. It is the quiet commitment to show up, to engage, even when the spirit feels heavy, like a stone in a deep river. You meditate, not just when inspiration strikes you like a flash of lightning, but even when your mind feels like a wild horse galloping towards 1,000 distractions, its hooves kicking up clouds of worry. You sit with your thoughts, observing them like clouds drifting across the sky, reflecting on the day's gentle ripples and crashing waves, even when all your being yearns for the easy escape of noise, of chatter, of forgetting. I remember a time during a particularly trying period at the temple when one of the younger monks was unjustly accused of negligence. His ego, oh, it burned with a fierce fire, demanding retribution, a public clearing of his name. I could see the anger tightening his jaw, the frustration clouding his eyes. But Master Chen, with that same serene gaze he held while sweeping, simply advised him to remain calm. "Let the dust settle," he said, his voice as soft as falling. "Snow, before you try to sweep it away." And so he chose silence, my dear friends, even when his emotions threatened to erupt like a volcano within him, scalding his own peace. He practiced gratitude for the simple roof over his head, for the warmth of his morning tea as it touched his lips, even when life felt crushingly unfair and heavy. He learned to guide his attention gently, firmly, away from the shadows of fear and resentment, towards the quiet flame of his own inner lamp, watching its steady glow. For happiness, you see, is not simply about being alone in the physical sense, though solitude can be a profound teacher, like an old, quiet forest. No, true happiness in being alone is about being like that ancient mountain, rooted and unshakable, mentally stable, emotionally grounded, spiritually mature. It is the deep knowing, deep in your bones, as ancient as the earth beneath us, that your existence stretches far beyond the boundaries of one person's fleeting opinion, one single relationship that may wither, one painful rejection, or even one profound loss that hollows you for a time. It is the gentle realization that peace is not some elusive butterfly you chase in the meadow of life, hoping to catch it in a net of desires. No. Peace is the garden you cultivate, seed by precious seed within your own heart, watered by your quiet efforts. And once you have nurtured that garden, once you have built its strong walls of self-awareness and planted its resilient blooms of compassion, then, truly, nobody, no storm, no thief, can ever steal it from you. It becomes a part of the very soil of your being. Let me share with you one more truth, a quiet whisper that, once truly heard and embraced, can completely transform the very way you move through this world, like a river finding its effortless path to the sea. When peace becomes not just a desire or a goal to be achieved, but your very identity, your essence, and you stop struggling so desperately to control the unpredictable currents of other people's lives and begin instead to master the gentle tides within your own mind. You cease trying to force love to bloom where the soil is barren, where it clearly cannot thrive, and instead turn to nurturing the fertile ground of self-love, allowing it to blossom organically from within, filling you with its fragrance. You stop desperately clinging to what is already drifting away, like autumn leaves on a swift river, and you learn, with quiet grace, to hold on to your own dignity, your own unwavering spirit, which is always with you. You. Stop waiting, hoping, yearning to be chosen by another, and instead, you courageously choose yourself, day after day, breath after breath, affirming your own worth. And the moment, my friends, the precise, precious moment you choose yourself with such conviction, that is when you become truly powerful. Not with a power that dominates or controls others, but with a power that emanates, a quiet strength that resonates outward like ripples in a calm pond. Because now, you are not scared of being alone. No, you are fiercely proud of being free, like a bird soaring high above the peaks.
You are not scared of the profound silence that descends with the night, blanketing the village in its quiet embrace. You are deeply grateful for the peace it brings, for the wisdom it whispers only to a listening heart. You are not scared of losing people, for you understand that clarity, though sometimes painful like a winter's chill, is a precious gift, showing you what truly remains. You are not scared of being replaced, because you know, in the deepest chambers of your heart, that your unique value, your gentle light, can never truly be extinguished or replicated by another. Rejection, once a bitter sting that lingered, becomes a quiet protection, a gentle redirection of your path. And endings, those moments we often dread, transform into the fertile soil for new, unimaginable beginnings. Like spring after winter. Perhaps you find yourself alone tonight, sitting by your own hearth, feeling the quiet hum of solitude, the crackle of the fire, a soft companion. Don't, for a moment, entertain the thought that life is against you, or that you are somehow forsaken. No, dear one. Life, in its infinite wisdom, is simply training you. It is building you, brick by patient brick, strengthening your inner architecture, preparing you for something grander than you can yet imagine. This solitude, this quiet space you inhabit, it is not an empty room. It is your profound classroom. This silence, though it may sometimes feel vast and daunting, like the endless sky, is your most patient teacher, whispering lessons that only a still heart can truly hear. This time alone, this precious gift, is your unparalleled opportunity to grow, to deepen, to become someone who, no matter what storms may rage outside, cannot be broken from within. And when you eventually step back into the world, carrying that kind of peace within you, radiating it like the warmth from these embers, people will feel it. Oh, they will feel it in the air around you, like the scent of fresh rain on dry earth or the perfume of night-blooming jasmine. They will sense that you are not desperate, not begging for attention or affection from others. They will feel that you are not chasing after fleeting shadows, that you are not weak, not controlled by the fickle currents of external validation or others' opinions. And that quiet, powerful energy, my dear friends, that energy will change everything, shifting the very ground you walk on. Because the moment you become truly happy, truly content in your own presence, you cease to tolerate anything that disrupts that sacred peace you have built. You stop settling for less than your spirit deserves, less than the dignity that is your birthright. You stop compromising the very essence of yourself for the sake of fleeting companionship. You stop lowering your standards for basic human decency and respect that should be freely given. You stop begging for what should flow naturally. You stop clinging to places or people where your light is dimmed, where your presence is not truly valued, where you feel you must shrink. Instead, you become the kind of person who can walk away calmly, with quiet resolve when the path diverges, knowing your worth. The kind of person who chooses stillness and silence over reactive noise, letting the storm pass. The kind of person who grows silently, like a seed deep underground, nurturing its roots, and then, in its own perfect time, blossoms into a beauty that surprises and inspires everyone around them. The kind of person who doesn't need to prove anything to anyone, because their very life, their very being,
speaks for itself with an eloquence beyond words. The kind of person who carries peace in their eyes and an unshakable strength in their silence. And that, my dear ones, is the highest, most profound level of happiness I have ever known. The happiness that transcends circumstance. So I urge you, make peace your very identity, not for the approval of others, not for the fleeting warmth of attention, not for external validation. Make peace your identity because your life deserves it. Your weary heart deserves it. Your restless mind deserves it. Your unfolding future, ripe with possibility, deserves it. Because when peace truly becomes who you are, deep within your essence, then happiness becomes your natural state, like the river flowing effortlessly to the sea, always finding its way home. And in that sacred state, you can truly be alone without pain, alone without a gnawing emptiness, alone without the chilling grip of fear, alone without needing anyone else to complete you. And that, my friends, is the moment you become truly, utterly free. But freedom, my dear ones, is often a quiet guest, not a roaring lion. Many of us, even when the cage door stands wide open, still find ourselves lingering inside, peering out through the bars we've grown accustomed to. We wait, don't we? We wait for a sign, for a feeling, for someone else to push us gently out into the sun. I remember old Master Lin, who lived high in the mountains above our temple. A man of deep silence, he often sat by his small window watching the mist roll in and out of the valleys. His wife had passed many years before, and every evening he would still set out 2 bowls for dinner, one for himself and one, empty, for her. The younger monks, in their youthful wisdom, would often wonder aloud why he did this. "He is waiting," they'd whisper, "waiting for her spirit to return." But Lin never spoke of waiting. He simply performed the ritual day after day, year after year. His hands, like yours perhaps, when you still find yourself folding a second shirt for a departed loved one, moved from habit, from a memory of comfort. And that is often where we find ourselves, isn't it, my friend? Not necessarily waiting for a ghost, but for a ghost of a feeling. We wait for the pain to magically vanish like morning mist under the sun. We wait for life to become easier, for the rough edges to smooth themselves out before we dare to take a step. Some of you might be waiting for a letter, an apology, a knock on the door, a reconciliation that might never come. You wait for closure, that elusive word, as if it were a physical key that someone else holds to unlock your heart. You wait for the day your heart magically feels light again, like a bird suddenly taking flight after a long winter. And while we wait, dear ones, the days turn into weeks, the weeks into months, and we find ourselves stuck, anchored to a moment that has long since passed. We become emotionally dependent on the idea of something happening instead of the quiet truth of what is. It is. A cycle, isn't it? A familiar dance of attachment, then a flicker of hope, followed by the inevitable disappointment, and then more suffering. This old monk has spent many decades observing the intricate workings of the mind, particularly in the stillness of meditation. And I have learned that the mind, for all its brilliance, is also a master of delay. It loves to postpone healing, Because true healing, you see, asks something profound of us. It asks for courage, the kind that might make your hands tremble even as you reach out. It asks for discipline, the steady, quiet commitment to showing up for yourself, even when you'd rather pull the blankets over your head. Most of all, it asks us to face the truth, even when that truth feels like a shard of ice pressed against a tender wound. Ah, the truth. It can be so searing, can't it? To accept that some people, for reasons you may never understand, will never love you with the depth and tenderness you truly deserve. To acknowledge that perhaps in your own boundless generosity, you gave too much, poured your precious spirit into hands that were not meant to hold it. Or to realize that you stayed too long in places, in relationships, in situations that chipped away at your soul, slowly breaking, without you even noticing until the pieces felt too scattered to gather. I remember a young woman who came to the temple, her eyes red from weeping. She spoke of a friendship, years old, where she always felt secondary, never a priority, always an afterthought. The truth of that realization was a heavy stone in her heart, a weight she had carried for so long, mistaking it for loyalty. But this is what we have learned from the ancient teachings, from the rustling leaves of the Bodhi tree. Pain itself is not the enemy, my friends. Pain, like a storm, passes. It washes over us, and sometimes, if we let it, it cleanses. No, the true enemy, the insidious serpent that coils around our hearts, is avoidance. Because pain, raw and immediate, is temporary. But avoidance, dear ones, avoidance has the power to take that temporary pain and weave it into a lifelong tapestry of suffering. It builds walls around us, brick by brick, until we forget there's a world beyond. So if there is a lesson here, a quiet understanding to carry into the night, it is this: choose yourself now. Not when you feel perfectly ready, not when a surge of confidence suddenly lifts you, not when you perceive yourself to be fully healed. No, choose yourself today, in this very moment. Because the deepest truth is, you will never feel completely ready to loosen your grip on what you have clung to for so long. You will never feel entirely prepared to quiet that craving for external validation, that yearning for attention like a thirsty desert flower. You will never feel truly ready to detach from a person who has become an emotional habit, as familiar and comforting as your oldest blanket, even if that blanket is worn and threadbare. And to be truly alone, truly at peace with your own company, if you keep waiting for comfort to appear first, that comfort, my friend, is a consequence, not a prerequisite. It blossoms after the decision. The profound peace we yearn for follows the courage to act. And true freedom? That comes steadily after the quiet, daily practice of discipline. We often mistake strength for a feeling, don't we? A sudden rush of power, a burst of energy. But strength, this old monk assures you, is not an emotion that washes over you. It is a choice. It is the steady, quiet act of choosing yourself again and again, even when your knees feel weak. Happiness, when you are walking this path alone, is not a gift that descends upon you like dew in the morning. It is something you build, brick by thoughtful brick, with intention and care. It is something you practice, like a musician practices a difficult melody, until your heart learns its new, harmonious rhythm.
The mind, as our ancestors observed, becomes what it repeats. If you spend your days repeating patterns of neediness, of constantly seeking outside yourself, then neediness becomes the very fabric of your being. If you allow your thoughts to endlessly circle, to overthink every nuance, then anxiety becomes your constant companion, deepening the grooves in your mind. If you cling to attachments, to old hurts, to what once was, then you remain trapped, a bird, with its wings bound by invisible threads. But if you choose to repeat discipline, to cultivate awareness in each breath, to practice gentle detachment from what no longer serves you, and to honor your own quiet self-respect, then, my dear ones, you begin to truly become free. You begin to walk lightly upon this earth, your own solid ground beneath your feet. And yet, my dear ones, even as that gentle strength begins to stir within, the mind, ever the weaver of intricate patterns, often begins to whisper its old, familiar fears. Perhaps you too, my friend, have felt that slight tremor of doubt, a question rising like smoke from the embers. Is this not selfish, this talk of choosing oneself? I have seen this very question cloud the eyes of many a weary soul who sits by this fire just as you do now. They worry, don't they? That to truly choose oneself means to turn away from all others, to forsake the gentle warmth of companionship, to become a solitary figure. They fear they might become like that old gnarled pine on the northern ridge, standing tall, yes, but forever alone, untouched by the hand of love. But this old monk, after 80 seasons of watching the river flow and the mountain stand, has come to understand a deeper truth. It is not selfish, my friends. It is survival. I remember once, many decades ago, when I was still a young novice at the temple, there was a small, delicate orchid that grew near the main gate. Every day the senior monks would water it, tend to its fragile roots. But there was another, larger, more vibrant bush next to it, always eager to spread its leaves, always reaching for the sun, sometimes even shading the poor orchid. For a time the orchid withered, its petals dull, its stem bending low. We kept trying to water it more, to speak kindly to it. But it wasn't until a wise old gardener came, who gently pruned back the aggressive bush, giving the orchid its own space, its own light, that it truly began to bloom again, vibrant and full of life. It wasn't selfish for the orchid to need its own light. It was its very nature, its path to life. So it is with us, isn't it? To not choose oneself. That is the true abandonment. It is like leaving your own hearth fire untended while you rush to fan the flames of 100 other houses, only to return to a cold, empty home. And when that happens, my dear ones, what relationship suffers the most? Not the ones out there, no. It is the most sacred relationship, the one with your own soul, that begins to fray and wither. Have you ever felt it? That quiet ache in the chest, that sense of being utterly alone, even in a crowded room? That is often the whisper of a soul longing to be seen, to be honored by its very own keeper. Choosing oneself, then, is not about turning away from love. It is about turning towards love, towards its truest source within. It means you stop offering your dignity like a beggar's bowl, asking for scraps of respect from those who may not even see your worth.
Instead, you begin to tend to your own inner garden, cultivating the deep soil of self-respect. You cease to chase after the fleeting butterflies of attention, but rather, you sit quietly, patiently, allowing the sturdy oak of your own inner peace to grow, strong and unwavering. You stop running after shadows that flee from you, and with each conscious step, you begin to walk, steadily and surely, along your own unique path of growth, guided by the quiet wisdom that resides deep within. And this is perhaps the most tender part. Choosing oneself means you stop waiting, endlessly waiting for someone else to finally love you in the perfect way, to fill that space within. Instead, you slowly, gently begin to become that love. You become the warm blanket that comforts your own weary spirit on a cold night. You become the gentle hand that soothes your own fears. And for that precious heart of yours, which has perhaps been given away too freely, too often, to hands that only took and never cherished, you learn to build a quiet sanctuary around it. A sanctuary of peace, of knowing, where it is safe, protected, and deeply, truly loved. Because, my friends, this is a truth as old as the mountains. No matter how vast the ocean of love that surrounds you, no matter how many kind words are spoken, no matter how many arms embrace you, nobody can truly love you in a way that fully replaces the sacred wellspring of self-love. No one can save you in a way that truly replaces the quiet dignity of self-respect. And no one can comfort you in a way that truly replaces the deep, unwavering stillness of inner peace. You can be surrounded by a bustling marketplace, by 1,000 friendly faces, and still feel an aching emptiness if that inner well is dry. And you can be alone, truly alone, perhaps sitting silently by this very fire, and yet feel utterly complete, utterly full, if you have finally learned how to stand, unshakable and true, with yourself. This leads us naturally to another deep teaching, one that has guided this old monk's path for countless years. The Buddha, in his boundless wisdom, taught us that suffering is not something that descends upon us from the outside like an unexpected storm. No, suffering is, in its deepest essence, created within the mind. And one of the most cunning traps our minds weave, one of the most persistent illusions, is this idea that we absolutely need someone else's presence, their validation, their constant attention, just to feel okay, just to feel whole. The mind, in its cleverness, will build an entire fortress of fear around this idea. It will whisper, "Without them, you will surely collapse, like a house without its foundation." It will murmur, "Without constant attention, you will simply vanish, become utterly worthless." It will sigh, "Without people, life itself will have no meaning, no color, no song." But these, my dear ones, are not truths. They are not the unyielding rocks of reality, no. These are merely attachments, clinging vines that wrap around our hearts. These are cravings, deep thirsts that can never truly be quenched by outside waters. These are habits, well-worn grooves in the mind that we have traveled down countless times. And the beautiful truth, the profoundly liberating truth, is this: habits can be changed. Those grooves can be rerouted. The vines can be gently, patiently unwound. The moment you choose yourself, truly choose yourself with a quiet resolve, that is the moment you begin to break the old cycle. You stop living your days like a person forever waiting for emotional permission to breathe, to laugh, to simply be. You stop existing as someone who constantly needs another's reflection to feel alive, like a mirror held up to prove your own existence. You stop running from the profound stillness of silence, embracing it instead as a comforting cloak. And perhaps most poignantly, you stop retreating again and again back to the familiar ache of pain, simply because it is a known landscape, a well-trodden path. Ah, familiar pain. That is a powerful magnet, isn't it? This old monk has seen it countless times. Many people do not stay tethered to certain relationships, certain situations, because the connection was truly good, truly nourishing. No. They stay because the pain, however sharp, however dull, is familiar. Their minds have become accustomed to the rhythm of emotional chaos, almost addicted to its turbulent dance. They stay because the vast open ocean of the unknown, of what might be without this pain, feels far more terrifying than the suffering they already know, already understand. They stay because being mistreated, perhaps for so long, has begun to feel normal, like the rough fabric of an old robe. They stay because without that person, without that struggle, they feel they might not know who they are at all. It's not the person they are truly in love with, you see. It is often the hope, the fragile, shimmering hope that one day, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, things will finally change. The hope that one day they will finally be chosen, finally be valued, finally be seen. The hope that things might, just might, return to that sweet, fleeting beginning that lives only in memory. But the teachings remind us with a gentle firmness that even hope, when it becomes an endless yearning for what is not, can transform into another form of attachment. And attachment, even when cloaked in the soft raiment of hope, inevitably creates suffering. Because when you cling to hope in this way, you are not truly living in the present truth, in the simple unfolding of this very moment. No, you are living in a fantasy future, a castle built on sand. You are not accepting what is. You are desperately clinging to what you wish it was, to a dream that may never fully awaken. So, choosing yourself, my dear friends, means you begin to wake up. Like a sleeper stirring from a long, complex dream, you open your eyes to the gentle, sometimes harsh light of the morning. You stop dwelling inside the shimmering illusions of fantasy. You stop living in the echoes of memory or the endless tapestry of wishes. Instead, you begin to live fully and bravely inside reality. And yes, my friend, reality may hurt at first. It often does, like a wound that must be cleansed before it can heal. But reality, raw and honest, is the very ground upon which true healing begins. Because truth heals. It always does. But illusion, however sweet its promise, can only ever slowly, surely, destroy. And when that illusion finally crumbles, my friends, when the dust begins to settle around you, that is often when the real work and the real discomfort truly begins. Have you ever felt it? That strange, hollow ache in the pit of your stomach when you finally turn away from something that for so long felt like your anchor. It feels profoundly unnatural, doesn't it? As if the very ground beneath your feet has shifted, leaving you floating in an unfamiliar emptiness. This old monk remembers a time many decades ago when I was but a young novice. I had grown terribly fond of a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It sat on my windowsill, a gift from a kind old woman who visited the temple. Every morning, I would wake and my eyes would seek it out. My fingers would trace its smooth contours. It brought me a peculiar comfort. Then, one day, the head monk, Master Lin, gently took it and placed it in a communal offering box. He said nothing, only smiled. For days, an emptiness gnawed at me. My mind screamed, "Go get it back! It was yours! You earned it!" My hands would involuntarily reach for the empty sill. The quiet of my small room, which once felt peaceful, now felt terribly vast and cold. It was such a small thing, a mere trinket, yet the withdrawal felt like a physical pang. Your mind, my dear ones, has been a creature of habit for so long. It has been diligently trained to depend, to chase after fleeting shadows, to attach itself to every passing form. So when you consciously decide to unhook, to simply stop feeding those old patterns, the mind will truly panic. It will become a frantic, chattering monkey, isn't it so? It will whisper, "Go back." Just one more glimpse, one more word, one more check. It will try to convince you, you can't. Do this alone. You will surely regret this solitude, this quiet turning away. And that, right there, in that raw, exposed moment, is where many falter. They mistake this profound discomfort for a sign that something has gone terribly wrong. But I tell you, my friends, gathered here by the warmth of this fire, discomfort is not wrong. It is not a mistake. Discomfort is the very process of healing. It is the deep cleansing of a detox. It is your soul and its quiet strength, breaking free from an old, persistent addiction. Yes, attachment, you see, is very much like an addiction. An addiction to external attention, a craving for validation from others, a hunger for the dizzying highs and dramatic lows of emotional drama. And just like any addiction, breaking its hold will feel painful. At first, the mind will indeed scream its protests. The heart will ache with a profound craving. The body will feel a restless agitation, and the nights will feel heavy, indeed stretching long and silent before you. Perhaps you have felt such nights, my friend, when sleep seems a distant shore. But if you can stay consistent, if you can hold to your discipline, if you keep choosing yourself day after quiet day, then the cravings will, ever so slowly, begin to weaken. Like a strong current gradually losing its force. The mind, that chattering monkey, will begin to calm its endless chatter. The heart, which felt so bruised and exposed, will slowly, gently adjust to its new rhythm. And then, without fanfare, without a dramatic entrance, a deep, quiet peace will begin to arrive. It will settle over you like the morning mist over the distant hills. And when that peace finally makes its home within you, you will look back upon those troubled days, and a gentle smile will grace your lips. You will realize with a profound clarity,
I was never truly weak. I was simply trapped, caught in the relentless current of a long ingrained habit. You will see, with eyes now unclouded, I was never worthless, not for a single moment. I was merely depending on the wrong people, the wrong mirrors, to confirm my own light. And the deepest realization will dawn upon you. I was never unlovable. I was simply abandoning myself time and again in the desperate pursuit of love from others. That kind of deep internal realization, my dear ones, truly changes everything. It changes the very landscape of your inner world. Choosing yourself, you see, also means letting go of the futile act of asking people to give you what they simply do not possess. It is like trying to pull water from a well that has long run dry. There are some souls, my friends, who do not yet hold emotional maturity within their grasp. Some do not possess the deep roots of loyalty. Others lack the gentle spring of kindness, or the quiet depths of understanding. And when you persistently demand these precious things from them, you will only suffer, for you are indeed trying to draw water from an empty well. I remember once visiting a small mountain village. A farmer spent years trying to grow rice in a rocky, barren patch of land. He tilled it, watered it, hoped, and prayed. But the soil was simply not suited for rice. His neighbors, with their fertile paddies, watched him with a mixture of pity and exasperation. One day, a traveling monk passed through and saw the farmer's toil. He simply pointed to a nearby slope where wild tea bushes flourished. "My friend," the monk said gently, "the earth here asks for tea, not rice." It was a simple observation, but it shifted the farmer's entire perspective. He began cultivating tea, and soon his small plot became a source of fragrant leaves. Buddhism, in its gentle wisdom, teaches us exactly this. It teaches us to stop expecting sweet fruit from a tree that was never meant to bear it. So, you choose yourself, not by changing others, but by accepting people as they truly are, not as you desperately wish them to be. You choose yourself by gently letting go of those expectations that only serve to break your own heart, again and again. You choose yourself by turning away from the emotional starvation that can leave you parched and weary. You choose yourself by creating a sacred boundary around your inner peace, protecting it fiercely before it is shattered. You choose yourself by refusing to beg for what should be given freely, naturally, without prompting or plea. And now, my dear ones, here is perhaps the most powerful truth of all, a secret whispered by the quiet heart. The very moment you truly begin to choose yourself, your life, in ways you could never have anticipated, begins to transform. Because suddenly you are no longer squandering your precious energy, that vital life force, on people who only drain it away, leaving you depleted. Instead, you begin to gather that energy, to channel it inward, to build something truly magnificent within yourself. Your mind, once clouded by anxieties and external validations, becomes clearer, sharper, like a mountain spring after a long rain. Your decisions, once wavering, become stronger, rooted in your own truth. Your confidence, which perhaps felt fragile and dependent on others' praise, becomes real, unwavering, emanating from within. Your self-respect, once hidden, becomes visible, a quiet dignity that others can sense. Your discipline, once a struggle, becomes a consistent, gentle flow. You begin to improve your life, not with grand pronouncements, but in silence. You begin to grow, quietly, steadily, like a strong sapling stretching towards the sun. And in this quiet cultivation, you become the kind of person whom no one can easily manipulate anymore. For your roots are now too deep, your trunk too strong. When you truly choose yourself, my friend, you also stop fearing being alone. That old fear, that lonely chill begins to melt away. For you realize, with a profound inner knowing, that solitude is not an empty space. Oh no, solitude is never empty. Solitude is a vast, open field full of breathtaking possibility. It is where you lay the foundations of your future, brick by quiet brick. It is where your heart, so long aching, begins its deepest healing. It is where you truly find your true purpose, not a purpose dictated by others, but one that resonates with the very core of your being. Solitude is where you become emotionally strong, resilient like the ancient rock. Solitude is where you finally discover what you actually want in life, not merely what others want you to want or what society expects of you. For so many souls wander lost, you see, because they live their lives primarily for others. They live for approval, for a fleeting moment of attention, for the fragile comfort of being accepted. But the wisdom of the Buddha, a wisdom as old as the mountains, teaches us that living for others is a perilous path. For the moment people change their fickle opinions, the moment their gaze shifts, you lose your direction, you become adrift. But when you root your life in truth, when you build it upon the quiet strength of peace, when you nourish it with the constant desire for growth, then, my dear ones, you remain stable. You remain steadfast, like that sturdy tea bush on the mountain slope, unfazed by the changing winds. And yet, my dear friend, even the sturdiest tea bush might feel the strain if it were constantly asked to carry a heavy load day in and day out. I've often watched the old porters winding their way up the mountain paths near the temple, their backs bent under enormous bamboo baskets. They carry firewood, vegetables, goods for the market, a lifetime of burdens. And sometimes, watching them, I think of us. We walk through life, don't we? Each of us with our own invisible bags slung over our shoulders, perhaps even dragging behind us. A bag that grows heavier with each passing season. Inside, we carry so much. Perhaps the ghost of an old argument that still stings like a fresh wound. The hopes we once held for someone who has long since drifted away, or for a path we never took. The memory of harsh words spoken or kind words left unsaid. The expectations others have placed upon us and the even heavier ones we place upon ourselves. There's the sharp ache of disappointment, the dull throb of regret, the restless craving for what is just, out of reach. Can you feel it? The texture of that old canvas sack, rough against your skin, even now as you sit here by the fire? The faint clink of forgotten coins, the rustle of old letters, the phantom weight of tears unshed. Every morning we hoist it up again, even before our feet touch the cold floor. We tell ourselves, "This is mine. This is who I am. I cannot possibly drop it." It becomes a part of our very identity, doesn't it? Like a familiar shadow, always there, slowing our steps, draining our vitality. I remember when I was a young monk, I carried the weight of my family's expectations for a long time. thinking I had to prove myself worthy of their sacrifice. It was a heavy, silent presence, always nudging me, always whispering doubts. My shoulders ached, not just from carrying buckets of water, but from that unseen burden. But what if, just for a moment, we were to imagine letting it fall? Not throwing it away in anger, but simply easing it off our shoulders. The old teachings speak of this very thing. They say the moment you let go of that weight, you feel a profound lightness. It's not just a physical sensation, my friends. It's like the moment the clouds finally part after a long gray week and the sun breaks through, warming your face. The moment you stop clinging to what was, never truly meant to be yours to hold on to. Your path suddenly feels clearer, less arduous. The moment you release your grip on people who have long since let go of you, your heart, which might have felt like a clenched fist, begins to softly unfurl, finding a peace it hasn't known in years. This choice to simply choose yourself in that moment is the act of dropping the weight. And yes, I know what many of you are thinking. But Ming Xin, what would be left? I would feel so empty. And you would be right at first. It's like an old house full of familiar clutter. When you finally clear it out, the rooms echo. They seem hollow. We become so accustomed to the familiar ache of the weight, the constant hum of worry, the drama that gives our days a certain pulse. The silence can be unsettling. I remember an old woman from a village by the lake. Her husband had been a fisherman, and after he passed, she still kept his nets tangled in the corner of their small hut, the scent of the lake clinging to them. She would sit there, staring at them day after day. It was her pain, her memory, her comfort in a strange way. One spring morning, her granddaughter, a spirited young girl, gently took the nets outside and began to mend them, spreading them out in the sun. The old woman was furious, then lost. "It's too empty now," she had cried. But the granddaughter, with the simple wisdom of youth, just smiled and said, "Now there is space, Grandma. Space for the light to come in." That emptiness, my dear ones, is not a loss. It is a profound gift. It is space. Space for the quiet wisdom to unfurl like a scroll slowly revealing its ancient truths. Space for healing, like a gentle balm applied to old wounds. Space for growth, for new seeds to take root and flourish. Space for clarity, so you can finally see the path ahead without the dust and shadows stirred up by your heavy burden. Space for the right people to find their way to you, and for the right life to begin to blossom. So often we hesitate, don't we? We tell ourselves, "I will choose myself when I feel ready, when I have enough courage, when the time is perfect." But life, my friends, rarely waits for perfect readiness. It is not a matter of becoming ready before you choose yourself. No, it is in the very act of choosing yourself that you become ready. It is then that your mind, which felt so scattered and weary, begins to gather its strength, like a river settling back into its banks after a flood. It is then that your heart, which may have felt bruised and battered, begins to find its rhythm again, calming like the surface of a pond after the wind has died down. And then, only then, does life itself seem to open new doors. Doors you never even knew were there. This is why the ancient teachings speak of transformation beginning the moment you truly wake up, not from sleep, but from the long slumber of self-deception. The moment you see clearly
without the haze of longing or fear. The moment you stop chasing after what constantly hurts you, like a moth drawn to a scorching flame. The moment you stop begging for crumbs of affection or validation. The moment you stop needing external things to complete you.
So, perhaps today, sitting here by this warm fire, you might consider this choice. Choose yourself, not because the world is inherently bad or because love is useless. No. Choose yourself because your inner peace, that precious, fragile flame within you, is more vital than any attachment, no matter how deep its roots. Choose yourself because your life, this one precious life you have been given, deserves stability, like a well-built home against the storms. Choose yourself because your heart, so often given away piece by piece, deserves absolute freedom. Choose yourself because the future, whatever it may hold, needs a stronger, clearer, more whole version of you to meet it. And once you make that choice, my friend, you will begin to realize something truly beautiful, something that brings a gentle smile to the lips of this old monk even now. Being alone, it isn't scary at all when you finally become your own most steadfast strength, your own deepest comfort, your own true home. That, dear ones, is where real happiness resides. That is where real power unfolds, like a quiet lotus blooming in the sun. And that, above all, is real freedom. Ah, my dear friends. Perhaps the fire's gentle glow tonight has illuminated a little corner of your heart, a truth whispered softly into the quiet spaces within you. We spoke of freedom earlier, didn't we? And sometimes that freedom, when we first glimpse it, can feel solitary, like a lone boat on a vast open sea. But this old monk has seen many sunrises and sunsets, many seasons turn from vibrant green to gentle gold. And I can tell you, with the certainty of years lived and lessons learned, that being content in your own company, truly happy in that quiet space, is not a sorrowful path. No, not at all. It is a path of quiet strength, a power that blooms steadily and silently from deep within. It isn't the cold ache of loneliness that some fear, the kind that makes the heart shiver even on a warm day. Instead, it is the boundless expanse of true freedom, stretching out before you like an endless horizon. And that feeling, that deep quietude in your chest, it's not an emptiness waiting desperately to be filled by another. It is peace itself, a profound and unshakable peace that settles deep in your bones, like the stillness of a mountain lake reflecting the clear night sky. I remember a story from my youth, a parable I often heard whispered by the elders during long temple nights. There was a great king, always surrounded by courtiers, advisors, armies. He believed his strength lay in his retinues, in the sheer number of people who bowed before him. But then there was a quiet old hermit living high in the mountains, with only the wind through the pines and the silent stars for company. When the king faced a great crisis, his courtiers scattered, their loyalty as fleeting as morning mist. But the hermit, when visited by a desperate traveler, offered calm wisdom forged in years of solitude, a wisdom that saved the kingdom. The truest strength, you see, is not measured by the number of faces around your table or the many voices that call your name in the bustling marketplace. No, my dear ones. The strongest heart is the one that can sit by a silent stream, or indeed by this very fire, with no one else but the gentle crackle of the wood, and still feel utterly whole, complete. Like a perfect round stone smoothed by the patient river of time. Many come to the temple, their eyes heavy with sorrow, convinced their pain stems from an absence. If only I had a companion to share my meals, they might sigh, or if only my children visited more often, or if only I were chosen, truly chosen by someone. And I listen, my heart open and receptive to their suffering. But what I often perceive beneath their words is a yearning, a deep ache to fill a hollow space within themselves, a space they mistakenly believe only another person can occupy. But that space, my friends, that tender, sacred chamber within your own being, it can only truly be healed and filled by the gentle, steady light of self-acceptance, by the quiet understanding that comes from turning inward, from true self-awareness. It's like watering your own precious garden, nurturing its soil and its thirsty roots, rather than standing endlessly, waiting for rain from someone else's clouds. The blossoms you truly seek must unfurl from within your own spirit. This old monk has spent many decades walking the path, listening to the ancient whispers carried on the wind of time, seeing the patterns repeat across generations. The teachings, they speak of this truth with such clarity, like water in a mountain spring, pure and undeniable. Your deepest aches, my dear ones, they rarely spring from the simple state of being alone, from simply lacking another's immediate presence. No. The root often lies deeper, tangled in the tendrils of attachment. Attachment to the gaze of others, to being the one picked, the one praised, the one affirmed by external voices. Attachment to the comforting, yet ultimately fleeting illusion that people, like mountains, will stand forever, unchanging, in a world where even the mightiest peaks slowly erode and the mightiest rivers shift their course. Everything is in constant motion, like the smoke from this very fire, rising and disappearing into the vastness of the night. It's a moment, sometimes subtle as a falling leaf carried on a gentle breeze, sometimes profound as a sudden cleansing storm. It's that precise instant when the heart finally whispers, with a sigh of both release and understanding, so this too shall pass. When you truly, deeply accept the impermanence of all things outside yourself, the fleeting nature of praise, the changing currents of relationships, the shifting sands of worldly success and loss, then a curious lightness begins to unfurl within you. The desperate grip loosens. The frantic chase slows to a gentle stroll. The quiet pleading in your heart subsides like ripples on a pond finally settling into stillness. And in that profound stillness, something new begins to grow, something sturdy and resilient, like a mighty tree taking root in fertile, well-tended ground. It is a peace, my friends, a quiet, unyielding peace that no storm can shake, no thief can steal, for it is built from the very fabric of your own understanding and acceptance. Through this journey, this quiet turning inward, we begin to see solitude not as a punishment, a sentence imposed upon us, but as a sacred garden where the soul can tend to itself undisturbed. A training ground, yes,
where we learn to stand firmly on our own 2 feet, not leaning on others for balance, for direction, for validation. And we realize, don't we, that the need for others, that urgent grasping, often plants the seeds of fear in our hearts. Fear of abandonment, fear of not being enough, fear of being forgotten, fear of the vast silence. And fear, like a harsh winter wind sweeping across the plains, can wither the delicate bloom of inner peace, leaving only barrenness. Then, the silence itself, which once felt like a hollow, echoing enemy, transforms. It becomes not something to be avoided, but a wise old teacher, a patient guide, whispering ancient truths to a listening heart, truths that only silence can reveal. And that grand love, that profound connection you keep searching for in the wider world, you begin to understand it must first be nurtured, cultivated, and allowed to blossom authentically within the very core of your own being. It is the way of the world, isn't it? People come and go, like seasons changing, like clouds drifting across the face of the moon. Life itself, a ceaseless river, always flowing, always altering its banks, always reshaping its course. Everything, truly everything, is temporary. The moments of immense joy, the depths of profound sorrow, the echo of laughter, the sting of tears, all pass, like shadows at dawn. But amidst this ceaseless dance of impermanence, there is one constant, one unwavering anchor: your true self. And the most vital lesson, the one this old monk has carried closest to his heart through all these years, is this: never, ever lose sight of who you truly are. Never let the shifting currents of the world pull you away from your own quiet center, your own intrinsic strength, your own unique light. Some might mistakenly see a person who chooses to spend time alone as fragile, as weak, perhaps even a little sad. But I have witnessed the opposite countless times. The time spent in one's own company, like a patient potter shaping clay, provides the essential space, the profound quiet, the absolute freedom to truly grow, to truly understand oneself, to mend the old wounds that have festered unseen, unheard, untouched, to forge a spirit so resilient, so unyielding, so deeply rooted, that no storm of emotion, no sorrow of separation, no outward circumstance can truly shatter it. It is not weakness, my friends. It is a profound advantage, a sacred opportunity to become whole, to become truly, emotionally unbreakable. And what of peace? Many chase it as a fleeting mood, a momentary calm that comes and goes. But through these quiet hours, through this deep reflection, you realize peace is not something that simply descends upon you like a sudden rain shower that passes. No, it is an identity, a way of being, cultivated with gentle discipline, day by day, moment by moment. Like tending a precious bonsai tree, slowly shaping it towards its most beautiful form. And this grand journey of healing, of transforming your life, of stepping into a new way of being. You don't need to wait for a feeling of readiness, like waiting for the perfect alignment of stars in the night sky. No, my dear ones. The very first step, the true beginning of your healing, is the moment you turn inward and, with a gentle, firm hand, choose yourself. Choose your own well-being, your own peace, your own quiet strength above all else. So,
As the embers glow softer tonight, casting their dwindling light, perhaps let us make a quiet promise to ourselves. From this very moment, let us gently release the frantic chase after those who do not truly see our worth, who do not choose us in return with genuine heart. Let us cease the silent plea for a love that leaves only thorns and aches in its wake, a love that diminishes rather than expands. There is no need to endlessly explain the intricate landscape of your heart to those who listen only with their ears, not with their souls, not with true empathy. And your precious life force, your quiet energy, let us guard it carefully from those who, perhaps unknowingly, drain your wellspring without replenishing it. Instead, let us turn that same loving intention, that same unwavering focus, towards ourselves. Choose yourself, my friends, with a quiet discipline, with an inherent dignity that shines from within, and with a calm, unwavering strength that is uniquely yours. For when that quiet, profound happiness finally blooms within you, nurtured in solitude, your entire world begins to shift. Like dawn breaking over the mountains, everything looks different, bathed in a new light. The shadows of disrespect, which once loomed large and intimidating, begin to shrink, losing their power. The sting of rejection, once a sharp sword piercing the heart, becomes a mere prick, quickly healed by your inner resilience. The departure of others, which once felt like a crumbling foundation beneath your feet, now feels like simply another leaf falling from a tree, part of life's natural and inevitable rhythm. And you, my dear ones? You cease to live as if your own precious happiness is a fragile bird held captive in someone else's hands, dependent on their whims. Now, it takes flight within your own heart, soaring free, untethered. So remember this truth. Carry it close to your heart always, like a polished stone in your pocket. You were not born into this world to be held captive by the hungry gaze of others, a prisoner forever seeking attention and approval. You were not fashioned to tremble in the shadow of solitude, fearing your own company. No, my friends, you were created to be free. Free as the wind that whispers through the pines on a clear night. Free in the vast expanse of your mind, free in the tender chambers of your heart, free in the very essence of your soul. And once you have patiently, lovingly built that happiness, that quiet contentment that belongs solely to you, like a precious treasure guarded within your own being, then no one, truly no one, can ever truly control your spirit, or break your resolve, or steal away that profound, unshakable peace ever again. The fire is dwindling now, casting long dancing shadows on the walls, and the air grows cool. I remember a night long ago when I was but a boy, traveling with my grandfather. We were caught in a sudden mountain storm. The wind howled, the rain lashed down, and I was so afraid, clinging to his hand. He led me into a small, dry cave, and there, in the absolute darkness and the deafening roar of the storm outside, he simply held me close and began to hum a quiet, ancient tune. And slowly, my fear softened. In that complete solitude, safe in his embrace, with only the sound of his humming and the storm beyond, I found a strange, deep peace. It wasn't the absence of the storm that brought peace, it was the presence of quiet strength within. My dear friends, the night grows late. The moon, I imagine, is high now, casting its gentle light over the sleeping world. Take these thoughts, these small seeds of stories, and let them settle gently in your heart. Let the lingering warmth of this fire and the quiet understanding we've shared accompany you into your sleep. May your dreams be filled with peace, knowing that the greatest strength, the truest happiness, is a sacred garden you cultivate within yourself. And may your mind find the stillness and your heart the calm that this old monk hopes to share with all who seek a peaceful night. Here, with Zen Mind Sleep. Sleep well, my dear ones. May your night be serene.